Okay, welcome. Madam City Attorney, you would like to
Sure.
get over?
At this time, we're gonna recess the closed session and come back with the council in closed session after the city council meeting to handle items 5 through 7 on the closed session agenda. So at this time, we're just gonna recess the closed session.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. This call to order. I'd like to call to order our regular city council meeting. City Clerk Duarte, will you please take roll?
Councilmember Ashton,
Present.
Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Saab is excused, Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco,
Present.
and Mayor Rodriguez.
Here. At this time, I'd like to call up Dale and Brenda Warner from Downey United Methodist Church. Do you want to rise?
Please join me in prayer. God of love, God of the living, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this opportunity to serve you. We thank you for blessing us with this leadership of our city council and the healthy return of our mayor. We ask that you would continue blessing us, all 7 billion of us, that the Spirit leads us to fresh relationships with you and each other. We thank you for taking care of our fire department during the recent wildfires. We ask the continued blessing of our fire department, police department, and other first responders, as well as all of our city workers and volunteers. We ask you to bless us with vision, knowledge, and wisdom that together we can make good choices worthy of your creation, and that we can lead individually and together now and forever as living examples for this great city and beyond. We ask that you bless this meeting and all of its participants, and do this in the name of our Lord and Savior. Amen.
I'd now like to call up Pastor Alex Bernard from Deseret Church to do the flag salute.
Let's put a hand over our heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. So let's start with some, well, first off, before I have our council colleagues report out, I'd like to say thank you for the prayers and concerns. This is my first time back sitting in this chair for the past few months. And it's great to see everybody in this audience. So thank you for all the prayers. Thank you. So let's start with Claudia. Claudia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is so good to have you back. Can we give our mayor a welcome back applause? We missed you, Mayor, and we are so glad and so grateful to have you back healthy. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. It is unbelievable that the holidays are almost upon us. And so we want to thank you. I know we have a full agenda, but we want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us tonight. First, I have to tell you, I had the opportunity earlier this week, actually it was just yesterday, it's been a long week and it's only Tuesday, to attend our Veterans Day ceremony. And what a phenomenal ceremony. Thank you to our Public Works, to Parks and Rec, to all of the individuals in our staff that make it possible. Our fire department, our police department, members of our law enforcement, first responders that were there yesterday, thank you. And do we have any veterans in the audience here tonight? Would you please stand and be recognized? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your service. This is the land of the free and the brave, but we do not take for granted these freedoms because it is thanks to you, so many men and women in uniform fighting for our freedoms. And we just appreciate you and we thank you. I want to recognize tonight a few members in our audience that are joining us. I would like to recognize Michael Calvert, Executive Director of our Chamber of Commerce. Michael, thank you for being here tonight. Also, Ms. Carrie Uva, Chamber President, and also my measure as Commissioner. Thank you, Carrie. Ms. Joanna Peterson, who is President of Kiwanis and former President of the Chamber as well. We have Chad Overland from Cristina Garcia's office. Thank you for being here. We also have Noveris Frametta, Planning Commissioner for District 5, and also my husband. Thank you for joining us tonight. Ray Beard, thank you. A wonderful community service individual with a servant's heart. Thank you for joining us tonight. We have several events. As we know, the year is fastly and furiously drawing to a close, and we have some events happening in our city. We would like for you to join us. Certainly, I will allow our mayor to speak about the 16th, a very important event happening on the 16th, but I'll let you touch on that. We have this Sunday, not this Sunday, but yes, actually it is this Sunday. The 5K for Five King Benefits run in honor of our police officer, Ricky Galvez, at the Space Center. If you are able to join us, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., our law enforcement will be there, and thank you for that. We also have on the 19th of this month, it is the 32nd annual. For the past 32 years, leaders and community residents of the city of Downey have joined to pray for our mayor and for members of this council. Again, we live in the land of the free and the brave, and also we have the opportunity to come together with our faith and pray for one another and pray for the protection of our community and our first responders and for our mayor. And so if you please join us on the 19th. And last but not least, I would like to invite you all for December 1st. Will be our Downey Christmas Parade at 1 o'clock. But before that, from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., it will be the Elf Run 5K at the Downey Civic Center. One of the things that I wanted to mention also is during Halloween night, October 31st, Pam and your staff put a fabulous event for our community, for our children at the adult school, and it was again a really well attended event. Thank you for all your efforts in putting that together. We realize that these things, we have a lot of thousands of children in our community that go out trick-or-treating, and I do want to bring this issue up to our staff and law enforcement, and I know we briefly touched on this that night of October 31st. There are some areas in our city that continue to get very, very crowded with trick-or-treaters and people, particularly in Northeast Downey. And we want to make sure that in the following year that perhaps we look at additional patrols, or maybe, I know the residents may not be too happy, but certainly blocking or ensuring that we do have additional safeguards for the trick-or-treaters in some specific areas of the city. So if we can really take a look at that for the future, that would be great. Mr. Mayor, that would conclude my comments tonight.
Thank you, Claudia. Moving on to Councilmember Sean Ashton.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see that we all survived the time change. So a few things that I have. Last Monday, we had a housing fair that was held at the Barbara Riley Center. It was kind of something that I wanted to have as quick as possible in light of the issues that have been coming to council over the past couple of months. And so the one thing that I was asked about, because it was such a short notice, I know we had a decent turnout, but I'm still getting requested like, hey, where can I get this information? Because people didn't have time. So I'm going to ask our community development director, who helped organize all this, if there's something we can do to get this information out to everybody that wasn't able to attend.
Sure, there's a couple options. The first option is folks can call City Hall, specifically the Community Development Department, and we can provide those resources over the phone or by email. A second option is we can work through our city manager's office and see how best we can disseminate that information out to the public.
And is there some way we can possibly put something like on the website to hopefully kind of, like a button so that way when they go to the website, they can kind of get to that information quickly?
Yes, we can actually put that on, and we'll use our social media also to push out the information.
I appreciate it. Thank you for getting that set up. I know it was short notice, and you did an excellent job of making sure you got enough information there for the people that were able to make it. So thank you very much. Another event that not really an event, I as part of my duties here on council, I am also the representative for Southern California Association of Governments. I'm the regional council member that represents both the cities of Downey and Southgate. And we had our meeting last Thursday, and one of the issues really the issue that came up was our regional housing needs assessment numbers. So SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, came up with the number about a year ago that was about, for the region, of about 650,000 housing units across 6 counties. So that'd be Ventura, LA, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange, and Imperial counties. And so when we submitted that number, or when SCAG submitted that number, the state came back and said, okay, well, that's not enough, you need 1.3 million. So, which sounds great. When SCAG took a look at how that was going to work, our number for the city of Downey would have been 2,773 housing units to be built over the next 8 years. Let me give you some context. So in the city of Downey, we have just over 35,000 housing units currently. Over the past 5 years, we've built 379 units. This is a city where a lot of our issues with housing are compounded because there's really not a lot of land to build something. I mean, we're also a park poor area. We're also in need of having some business area, so that way we can pay for some of the necessities that we need, like the police and fire departments and that. The reason why I bring this up is at the meeting, they looked at the formulas of how they figured out how each city is assigned their numbers. And there are cities that are out in the desert, like Coachella Valley and Imperial County and all that, where they were given 15,000, 20,000 housing units to build, which is great, except the problem that we have is there's no jobs out there. So now we're compounding the issue of traveling, of giving people housing 2 miles away from where they're going to work at, and then you're creating all of this congestion and traffic, which is really kind of defeating the purpose of having these regional plans. So in light of that, they started looking at some of the cities that are along the coast, cities like Redondo Beach and Santa Monica, and looked at their numbers and realized that their numbers were a lot lower. So they decided to redo the numbers to kind of balance it out from the housing from being out in the desert communities to more along the coastal communities. That had, for the city of Downey, a pretty negative impact in the sense that 2,773 is what we were given, and that's something that I don't know how achievable that really is, but I think as a city, I felt that we were going to give it a college try and do what we can to make sure we did that. They increased our number to 6,552 housing units over the next 8 years. So this is a concern that I expressed when they brought this up. Like, I'm not against housing, but the housing has to be done in a way where it can be achievable. You can't just say we're going to build 6,000 houses realistically, unless we start saying we're going to level all the R1 homes and start building apartments there, I really don't know how we're going to get to that number. So it's a concern that I've expressed, and I'm hoping that we can, as a city, look into at least having our number adjusted to something more reasonable. And so that's something we'll be working with city staff on. I've spoken to our community development director about this when it was happening. So he's aware of this, and hopefully we can come up with a solution to give us a number that's something that's really achievable. So other than that, I did have a couple of concerns that I wanted to bring up. I know we have one event coming up. I know the mayor has his event that he's going to talk about. Part of that day, we're also going to be having our Keep Downey Beautiful cleanup on Saturday the 16th. It'll be at Independence Park, and we will be there from 9 to 10. If you can get there about 8:45-ish, we'd appreciate that, so that way we can get you out and get you clean. And we don't want to keep you there all day. Unless you want to stay all day, then we'll be more than happy to help with that. So I did have a couple of concerns. I know I've seen a lot of the construction by my house as far as the islands on Paramount, and I'm seeing an issue where people aren't really recognizing that the islands are there yet. And in other parts of the city, we have the signs that kind of have like here's the island with the little black arrow. And right now, all we have are kind of cones that are there. Do we have a plan to get those signs permanently installed on those islands?
Those signs I think are being installed this week, and I think they're starting today.
That's awesome, because I haven't seen it yet, and I know we had a plan for it. I just wasn't aware of it, so I wanted to make sure that was addressed. And then one last item, and I promise this will be the last item. At the last council meeting, we had a lengthy discussion on one of our historic properties here in the city of Downey. And after that discussion, and that it got me thinking about other properties that might be in the city that are also historic that we either know about or don't know about. And I'd like to see if we can direct city staff to get a survey done on what historical buildings we have here in the city of Downey, and come back to council with a proposal to see if there's something that we can do to make sure that we at least are aware of these buildings, so that way if there's a future issue, we know how to address them appropriately. And with that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
It's good to have you back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Moving on, Mayor Pro Tem Blanca Pacheco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to also start off with saying welcome back, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to have you back, so thank you. I also want to thank and acknowledge everyone in attendance. Thank you all for being here tonight. I know we're winding down the year, so I thank you all. I do want to mention there's a person here in the audience, Kim Tachikichin from Congresswoman Lucille Roybal Allard is in attendance. Thank you for joining us tonight. I wanted to next mention some events that I attended. On October 30th, I attended the Cerritos College State of the College lunch, and I'm happy to report that Cerritos College has historic graduation rates for 2019. In 2018, there were 3,500 graduates, and in 2019, that number jumped up to 5,000. So it's a great job that Cerritos Community College is doing. I know a lot of students here in Downey Unified transition over to the community college and sometimes transition over to the universities. I was actually one of those individuals. Also, the next event that I attended was on October 31st, and that was the Pumpkin Patch over at Downey Adult School. I just want to say that it was a great event. We had a lot of individuals in cute costumes, a lot of kids, even pets who were dressed up in cute little costumes. So it was, again, a well-attended event. Pam, great job, as always. Thank you. Also, November 1st, I attended the Downey versus Warren game. Unfortunately, Warren won.
Bears. Go Bears.
All kidding aside, it was a really good game. It was a close game, and Warren was the better team this year, and so they won. As you can tell, I went to Downey High School. And as was mentioned, we have a Keep Downey Beautiful event this Saturday, Independence Park at 9 a.m. And then we have another event, which I know our mayor will be discussing, which will be also this Saturday. And November 19th, which is next Tuesday, we are having the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. This will be at the Rio Hondo Country Club at 7:30 in the morning. And this concludes my comments. And again, thank you again for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Blanca Pacheco. So, as I mentioned earlier, I've been gone for a little bit, but I wanted to jump back in the saddle right away. Well, maybe not right away, but I wanted to jump back in the saddle as fast as I could. And I was able to jump into the events, maybe not as fast as before, but I was able to attend a few things that really kind of sparked my attention. But I think you'll be blessed to know what's going on in our city. For example, we have our Downey Care Collaborative, our DCC, which is a collaboration of our probation, our DCFS workers, our clergy, our veterans, high school counselors, concerned parents. And every year, about 50% of the foster children, not only in our city, other cities, will graduate. That's the average. 50% of the seniors, the foster kids, will graduate. So we were very blessed last year that 100% graduated last year. And so we want to put forth that continued effort. So, so this year, we have 7 seniors are on track from Downey to graduate. So we're doing Thanksgiving dinner through Pastor Alex Vargas over here to my right. His brother has very generously opened his home. We've got a number of sponsors buying Thanksgiving dinner, having Thanksgiving dinner with these children, these high school seniors as a group. They've asked me to be there. They always ask the old people to be there to make fun of us. That's okay. I'll be there with them. And but it's really starting to become contagious that the seniors now are connecting, not only with the idea of graduating, but then Blanca and I are very involved with Cerritos College, and I sit on the foundation board. In my family's foundation, we give a scholarship to kids there. And so this past few weeks, we went to the state of the college as well as the donors lunch at Cerritos College. And I will tell you, I was surprised to hear that yes, their graduation rate has gone up, but the homeless rate of college students has gone up. 9% of college students that attend Cerritos College are homeless. And so one of our fellow board members has made some housing there in a block from Cerritos College, and it's made it available to our students to go there. And so now we're creating a fund to help pay for these kids to go to college, their tuition, their housing, and then earn a pathway to employment. But they must generate a 3.0 GPA and transfer into a Cal State school or any school to earn their degree. But this is a pathway, a real pathway to success. And it's done with business people and Blanca and myself. I'm very proud of that opportunity. So kids in Downey that might have, maybe a lower income status can go to Cerritos College and apply for this opportunity to live there, go to school there, and then graduate from there with their degree. So also I was able to attend. My wife and I were very proud of one of our children, even though she's not really biologically my child. We call her our child, Blanca Pacheco. She was just inducted into the 2019 Hall of Fame for Downey High School. So please, a big... And I sat out front like a proud parent and yelled and screamed and clapped, and my wife kept pulling my ear to be quiet. But it takes a lot. The air horn, yeah. No, I was the air horn. But unfortunately, Captain Murray couldn't be there, but she was inducted as well. And to see the phenomenal things that these Downey High School, once upon a time, Downey High School graduates are doing now with their life. Captain of the police department, Mayor Pro Tem, the 11th largest city in LA County, and doing so many great things. It was just amazing. One little girl she's a CEO of her own women's apparel company, and now moving on to Rodeo Drive. Started a business here in Downey, now moving to Rodeo Drive. Just amazing. I also attended as a guest to Garcia's event called Fellows in Government at East LA College. She hosted 7th and 8th graders from Pico Rivera, East LA, Downey, Montebello, and Norwalk. And she did a 6 to 7 week think tank with these kids. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, there's no pre-training for this job. We come from a variety of professions. I was a CEO of a company. Blanca's emergency management business. Claudia. It's a medication, sorry, Claudia. That one's Blanca. Blanca's an attorney. Sean's a teacher. Alex is a teacher. Alex is an attorney. So we come from a variety of different backgrounds. But when we get here, it's on-the-job training. And so Christina Garcia, she did this for these 7th and 8th graders to encourage them to want to go into elected official position. And I have to give it to her. She really, really did a great job. She fed them. She educated them. It was phenomenal. So I'm very proud of Christina for inviting me. Let me be part of that event for her. I also toured, there's a school here on Gallatin and Lakewood called Learn for Life. It's for kids that are kind of having a tough time, being bullied, maybe drop out, maybe having a tough time in school from the age of 17 to 24. They can go there, they can earn their way into a high school diploma, GED, but now I'm working together so they can work their way not only there but to Cerritos College as well, so they can continue their education. Calvary Chapel Downey had their own Veterans Day celebration. I was one of the keynote speakers there, and my granddaughter goes to school there. But what I really love about that Veterans Day event, the children of the school, they fill the room with 300 veterans, and the children of the school have to serve the veterans breakfast. So it's really, teaching our kids from a young age to do that. Last Saturday we had Father Con. Father Con is it was a special event that discussed the idea, if you are a father, a grandfather, a stepfather, maybe a guy that acts like a father who's an uncle or a friend, but you have the characteristic to parent. So there's a number of speakers, and again, I was one of those speakers on Saturday, and to truly talk about how we educate our children with the internet, educate our young girls how to be aware of the signs of sex trafficking, and be aware of the signs of drugs and alcohol and all those things that they can follow and do. And so I was very proud that Claudia was there with me, and we want to make that an annual event. So I was talking to Claudia about that. Maybe going forward, we can combine. They have a great event, Girls on Fire. Maybe you can kind of combine that together because it'd be great to see these little girls in that room and listening to their fathers talk about them. It was what a wonderful. It was held at Warren High School. We gave them free lunch. It was phenomenal. Okay, I think that's it. That's it for the past few weeks. And then, I almost forgot about this. If you haven't seen this, there's some back there, I hope. The Downey One Day of Service. We had this in the first part of the year, or last year. Was it last year? It was April, okay. So we did the first part of the year. It was so successful that we want to do it again. So is Judy here? No, Judy went home. So we already have 400 volunteers signed up to volunteer. And the Downey One Day of Service, we'll kick it off this Saturday, the kickoff rally at Rancho Los Amigos, and most of us will be there. The Don Canal Plaza at the, and we'll have booths set up and we'll have people there. And then right at 10 o'clock, we're going to kick people out and then go out there and do projects from pick up trash, planting trees, to help our seniors, to help our youth. But it's projects all over the city. It's a Downey One Day of Service. The last event we did, we started with a couple hundred registered, and by the end of the day we had 600. So now we're starting the day with 400 registered. So who knows what the number will be like at the end. But please, if you have a service club, church group, your family, if you have a big family like mine, 7 kids, 10 grandkids, you're your own service club, you can join out, come out and help somebody that day. Okay, that's it for me. Let's do some awards, all right? Okay, so it's probably been a while since we did this, but tonight we're going to do a bunch of them so we can kind of get them out of the way at the same time. Don't play catch up. So tonight the first Mayor's Servant Heart Award goes to my friend Pastor Alex Vargas. Alex, come on up here. So Pastor Alex Vargas, I've known him now for a couple of years, and Pastor Alex Vargas has truly the Mayor's servant heart. This guy, no matter what the duty may call, he's always there willing to help. We had over 500 people that came out to his church to want to become foster parents. We had just recently, what did you have at your Harvest Festival? How many people did you have there?
About 400.
About 400 people for Harvest Festival. People come out, get food for free, help for free, right here at the New Season Church LA. So I wanted to be the first one as my return to back to my seat here as mayor. The Mayor's Servant Heart Award goes to Alex Vargas. On behalf of the citizens of Downey, in recognition of your selfless dedication and always going above and beyond for others, your heartfelt efforts and accomplishments have been an enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all, given this day by me, the mayor. I've asked him to say a few words. He's a pastor, so I'll keep it short. I know how you guys are.
Awesome. Mayor, thank you so much, and welcome back. It's an honor to have you back. Wow, thank you so much. This is an honor for me. I love the city of Downey, and I've been a pastor here in the city of Downey. She's for about 7 years with different ministries, and the city of Downey is like none other. And I'm so blessed to be able to be a part of this community and work with several people. Even, I recognize quite a few in the audience that I got the honor of working with, and Carol with Keep Downey Beautiful. And it's an honor. And, I grew up in a family where we struggled growing up. And, so I know what it is to be in a family and to be able to work with families, with the mayor, with Downey Cares Collaborative, how Mayor mentioned earlier, working with families who are in need. That's my passion, and that's what we love to do. And, my wife and I, we have the honor and privilege of doing that almost every day, working with families. We get calls and emails all the time of struggling moms and families in need, and we have the honor of really working with them and giving them hope. And that's what we love to do, and that's what makes Downey so awesome, is that it's not just us, my wife and I, our family. There's many families like that in the city of Downey, and that's what makes the city of Downey so special. And to have a mayor and council like we have in the city of Downey. The city of Downey, we are blessed people, and always remember that. Be proud we're the city that you live in, the city of Downey. And so, Mayor, thank you so much for this honor, and we look forward to really continuing doing what we love to do here in the city. Thank you.
Okay, now I'd like to call Kim Barnett. Is she here? Kim here somewhere? Kim Barnett? No? Okay. All right. No? Okay. The Phrase family. I'd like to, Carol Rowland, will you please come up and give me a hand?
Good evening. My name is Carol Rowland, and I'm the Keep Downey Beautiful Coordinator for the City of Downey. And it gives me great pleasure this evening to be able to present the Mayor's Servant Hearts Award to the Phrase family for their exceptional service. There is no family more deserving of this award than the Phrases. They've been volunteering their service since 2007 when Daniel, a student at Downey High School, came to his first Keep Downey Beautiful cleanup. Shortly after that, in 2008, his mother joined him along with his father, Neil, and Jonathan, his brother, occasionally comes. They come to, since 2007, they come to at least 98% of the cleanups. If they either come as a family, or they come if Michelle has to work or Neil has to work. Someone's always there. This family has collected probably tons of trash from city streets, parking lots, the railroads. Not only do they come and they collect litter, but they also help us set up the event each Saturday. They help unload the table, they help with registration, they help with the raffle afterwards, they pass out the tools and supplies to all the volunteers, and then they stay and they wait with me at the end of each cleanup to make sure that every volunteer gets picked up. So they could be there for a couple hours just volunteering their time. Additionally, through Keep Downey Beautiful, they also have participated in the Pumpkin Patch, Taste of Downey, which is now, I guess, the International Food Festival. At Christmas time, they help sort toys because Public Works Department collects toys, and then we sort the toys, and they're given away by the fire department. And they help clean up the parade. And they've been actually cleaning up the parade since 2007. So the main reason that Keep Downey Beautiful is such a successful program is you're witnessing right now a family that unselfishly gives their time at least once a month to keep our city clean and beautiful. And from the bottom of my heart, I just can't extend my gratitude to each of you. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for having this award.
Wait, hold on. Oh, you can give us, oh, I thought you'd give me a kiss. All right, hold on one second. You can do this for me.
Oh.
You can pin them.
Very nice.
Okay? Where's my glasses? Okay, maybe I'll try to do that without glasses. Phrase family, in recognition of your effort, your selfless dedication, and always being going above and beyond for others. Your heartfelt efforts and accomplishments have been an enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Given this date, myself, Mayor Rick Rodriguez. Thank you. And then this goes to your husband. You go here. Let me get it. Here, this is how we do this. Your hands, sir. All right. Just come up front here.
Well, you too.
Yeah, but up front. You gotta come up.
Okay.
Come on, sir. I'll get in. Yeah, come on. Okay, so moving on to this is kind of a surprise. He doesn't know this here, so we just gonna go off script a little bit. So I needed some help from a friend of mine, Sam. Sam, you want to come up here? And then Pastor Alex Bernard, can you come up here real quick? So Sam's got a few words to say about a friend of ours. Go ahead, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, for giving me an opportunity to introduce a friend of mine who's also my pastor. He's an outstanding, community-minded Christian man. So Pastor Alex, in his early 20s, struggled with addiction, and he went to Teen Challenge, and God delivered him. For over 35 years, he's been serving the Lord tirelessly. Last 6 years, 5 to 6 years, he's been at Desert Rain Church on Lakewood Boulevard, and he's the outreach minister for our church. He not only works at the church, but he also is completely, wholly involved in the city collaboratives. He's involved in the Rotary Club, doing things, projects for the community. At the Downey Cares Collaborative, he's involved, and he's also in the City Clergy Council. Every year he organizes, he's committed to children, so there's a Kids Day in summer, gives away gifts and, petting zoo, fire department, police department, amazing turnout, and the kids and the parents love it. Even the parents get gifts by raffle. And then in October, during the time of Halloween, we just ended up having a harvest festival, same thing again. He is tireless. The only problem with him is he doesn't know how to say no. You ask him anything, he's there to do it. I'm really proud and so privileged to introduce Pastor Alex as a Downey community-minded Christian man and my brother.
Sam, you get to pin him. You pin him. So Pastor Alex, Mayor's Servant Heart Award, on behalf of the citizens of Downey, in recognition of your selfless dedication and always going above and beyond for others, your heartfelt efforts and accomplishments have been enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Given this day by me, the mayor. Stay right there, both of you. I couldn't let this go undone. So I told you guys earlier, I'm going to really try to hold together. I was sick for a while. So I'm better now, but I couldn't drive for a while. So during the time I couldn't drive, I had a friend of mine named this guy, Sam. He was a former ship captain for American President's Line. And he retired, and he told me, he says, hey, Brother Rick, I've got 6 Saturdays and 1 Sunday with nothing to do. Let me drive for you. So he did. He drove me everywhere. So I didn't want people to know I was sick, so I'd go to these meetings. Having this guy drive me. So, Sam, you get a pen? Get on your jacket. Here's your ear. Did you get a challenge coin? Yes, sir. And Sam, you know what this says. How much I appreciate you. You know how much? And so, on behalf of the citizens of Downey, in recognition of your selfless dedication to always going above and beyond. For others, your heartfelt efforts. You can read it.
I just want to say a few words, not because he's a mayor, he's really a good human being, a lovely brother. I help him, I'll help anybody. I consider myself a helper at large. I'm cautious saying that, but I've lived in Downey for 35 years, and I love this city like none other, and I hope to spend the rest of my life doing something in return for this city. And thank you all, and you'll see me probably in most of the Downey Cares Collaborative and other events. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being a friend, and thank you, City Council.
Sam, hopefully we'll get out about 11 o'clock tonight, so make sure the car's ready. You know, I want to tell you, I really was a tough guy in my former life. This job may be the biggest crybaby in the world. I don't know what. Okay, so Downey's Finest Award to Carlos Guerra. Carlos, where are you at? Get up here, brother. And I need Fire Chief. You were HR. Somebody's gonna talk good about this guy.
Yes. All right, first off, before I begin, I just wanted to welcome Mayor Rodriguez back. It's good to have you back, sir. You were very much missed, so thank you. And also, I'd like to thank you for coming up with the Downey's Finest Award. I think it is important to point out the everyday 1,000 points of positive things that happen every day with all of our city employees that really go unrecognized, but I'd like to share this story with you today regarding Carlos Guerra. And also, I just wanted to say before I begin that, you know, as a fire department employee, been here for over 30 years. You know, we do incredible work every day. I'm very proud of the fire department and all they do. They literally save lives every day. And so, you know, this act today we're going to discuss doesn't go underappreciated. So, you know, they do an incredible job every day. I'd like to thank them for what they do as firefighters. And I'd like to share with you what Carlos has done recently. While commuting to work on October 30th at 4:34 a.m., yes, 4:34 a.m., he's here pretty early in the mornings at City Hall, ambulance coordinator Carlos Guerra drove upon a major traffic accident on the 210 freeway in Rancho Cucamonga. The traffic accident involved numerous vehicles, including a California correctional van transporting an inmate, which sustained major damage after colliding with a semi-truck. I believe you can see the photos, some of the photos that were shared with us. Prior to first responders' arrival, Carlos stopped and rendered immediate emergency medical aid. People continued to drive by. He took the time, he stopped out of the goodness of his heart to try and provide assistance. They had injured correctional officers that were trapped in the crushed van. Upon identifying the urgency of their injuries, Carlos retrieved his first aid bag from his personal vehicle to treat the injured on scene. Fire administration was notified of the incident, not by Carlos. He came to work, he never said a word to us. We received a phone call from the San Bernardino County Fire Department, Captain Buck, who took the time to follow up and call us, expressing how impressed and appreciative he was of Carlos. Carlos's actions are an excellent example of all that the city of Downey represents, stepping forward to selflessly serve others. His actions are also a reminder that our mission as public servants is not limited only while on duty in Downey, but rather Downey's public employees' values of integrity, commitment, respect, teamwork, engagement, passion, and excellence are a lifestyle all of the time. Wherever we may go and whomever was in need. We're very proud of what you did on the morning of October 30th, but more importantly, Carlos, who you are all the time, every day. Thank you for your service to others and for being one of Downey's finest. Yes, sir.
Challenge going. So, Carlos, you really are Downey's finest, or one of Downey's finest. On behalf of the citizens of Downey, the unsung hero, your extraordinary everyday efforts to do the right thing, and your commitment to excellence and your work, all while being humble in your actions, is what makes Downey's finest, makes you Downey's finest. Thank you for furthering our common goal of making our city a better place for all. Given this day by me, Mayor Rick Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Mayor Rodriguez, the entire city council members, city managers, and staff members, Fire Chief Galaspi, and Assistant Fire Chief Ivy. For choosing me to receive this award, I am very humbled. I wasn't expecting for a captain from San Bernardino County Fire Department to call and mention this to the fire chiefs, what happened that morning of October 30th. All I did was stop and render help to the people in need and doing what is expected of all first responders. As mentioned, I am the ambulance coordinator or ambulance operator coordinator and responsible for setting the foundation for all new hires that will be serving our community. Of course, I cannot all do that by myself. I have an amazing support group, my fire family. I am honored to be a part of the Downey Fire Department and its members. We strive to be our best. Thank you.
Yeah. So before we call up the next recipients, I want to just give a special thank you and shout out to our Downey Fire Department. You know, we have, how many sworn do you have now? 109.
About 70.
Okay, 70 sworn, and a total staff of 109. So, you know, it's not just here in Downey, they, you know, will take care of us and keep us safe, but sometimes they go to our office in Northern California to fight fires we have nothing to do with, but that's part of their job as mutual aid. And I don't know if you guys know this, I learned this just by asking the questions. When they're living on the job as a firefighter, they're living on the job. They're living in the middle of a forest, sleeping on the ground, eating whatever that's there to be for food. And you know what? So for and the same guys that transported me to the hospital. So from my heart, I want to tell you guys thank you for all you do. So you notice I can't get tearful for those guys. They're tough guys. I can't get tearful for those guys. Okay, they'll make fun of me if I start crying in front of them. They'll tell the cops. They'll all start making fun of me. Okay, so so now let's talk about the CERT program. So you want to call Racty?
Yes.
Racty, come on up. There she is.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome back. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Good evening. My name is Racty Cloak. I am the city's emergency manager. I would like to congratulate our CERT fall class today. Before I do, I just want to briefly talk about what CERT is. CERT is the Community Emergency Response Team Training. It's a 3-day training we provide to the public for free, and we aim to better prepare everyone to take care of themselves, their families, and their neighbors. So these individuals proactively go out there to better take care of themselves, and they also come back and volunteer with our team to actually help the city prepare as well. So with that, one of the mottos we have in CERT is greatest good for the greatest number of people. This year, we recorded over 1,225 hours of volunteer time. And these individuals come out, and again, they do outreach events, they share information to the public, and so we had 107 graduates in our CERT program, both our teen CERT program through Downey High School and our 2 basic training class that we provide. Today, I'm going to invite the 25 graduates. I don't know if they all came, but I will invite whoever showed up today so that we can recognize them. And thank you again for proactively taking that step to prepare yourself and the city for emergency. I also want to note that our youngest graduate was actually Darian Guerra, who happens to also be the son of Carlos Guerra, who just came up. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And because of Darian, and he was such a good student, he outshined some of our other students, perhaps myself if I was there. We were actually decided to open up our CERT program to children between the ages 11 and 17. Before it was always only for adults, but we realized kids are very mature and ready to also better prepare themselves and their families. So because of that, we are going to change our program. So with that, I'd like to invite my CERT volunteers and our lead trainer, who also is a volunteer, to come up here, and then we'll invite our CERT graduates to come up here, and we'll give you all your certificates in a bit. So Hector Hernandez, this is our CERT main lead instructor. He is a volunteer with us, but he's devoted all. Roy, Donna, why don't you guys come on up? If you're wearing green, then I know that you're part of the team. Okay, great. And we will all CERT graduates from our fall class. Please come on down, whoever had the time to show up. I'm blind, so I really can't see you. Hector, wanted to say a few words. I wanted to give Hector a moment to just say a few words to our graduates.
Good evening, buenas noches. I've had the pleasure of teaching 25 excellent individuals and one excellent child. Tuve el placer de dar la clase a 25 excelentes adultos. Yesterday, I spoke Spanish. Un excelente menor de edad. To add to what Rakti said, if the parent has to come with the child, el niño tiene que venir con el curso, the site, and there's one class Spanish speakers. Entonces para otra, so en inglés, you español, yo. That's all right. So I can project. I'm a teacher. So thank you very much. It's 24 hours. 24 horas. Everything you need for self-preparedness to help you at home, and so that you can take it to your business, so that you can be better prepared to take a little bit of burden off of our fire department. That is, as you know, will be extremely overwhelmed in case of an emergency. Thank you.
You gotta get up front. Don't hide back here. Go hide back there. Get up there. All right. Okay, I'd like to now call upon Mayor Pro Tem Blanca Pacheco to come and help me with the next recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the next certificate of recognition, it is provided to the Seroptimist International Club of Downey. Is there anybody here from Seroptimist? Anybody? Come on up. So I just want to mention that this Seroptimist Club here in Downey, it's an international organization, And what its purpose is to promote, educate the women and the girls in the world, empowering them in different matters. For this first recognition that I have the honor of providing, it is for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And so I'd like to invite up one of the seroptimists and maybe provide us with information as to the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Okay.
We'll do it together.
We'll do it together.
Thank you, Blanca. What we did this month in recognition for breast cancer awareness, in October actually, we did, every year we gather funds. You might see the seroptimists out there doing different things. We're actually gathering funds, and everything that we do is by volunteer work. Our members give of themselves and their hearts so that we can obtain funds and create scholarships and grants for different things. What we did this year in October was provide funds for the WIG program. So we did donate funds, as we do every year, to PIH for their WIG program. That's what we also bring awareness and education to the club, and anybody that is interested in either joining or be a part of the programs, you're more than welcome to be there with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have here before me a proclamation, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2019. Whereas October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and whereas in 2019, more than 266,000 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in women in the U.S., along with 63,000 new cases of non-invasive breast cancer. About 2,550 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in men in 2019. And whereas mammography is recognized as the most effective method of detecting breast changes that may be cancer long before physical symptoms can be seen or felt. And whereas seroptimists are in a position worldwide to educate everyone that they have the right access to breast cancer prevention, information, and services, and Seroptimist Workplace campaign for breast cancer awareness is an ongoing Seroptimist effort to promote awareness, advocacy, and action. And whereas Seroptimist is an international volunteer organization for business and professional women who work to improve the lives of women and girls in local communities throughout the world, has launched a region-wide campaign called Color Me Pink. Now, therefore, Mayor Rick Rodriguez do hereby proclaim the month of October 2019 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, with special recognition to Seroptimist International of Downey for their various contributions to many communities for advocacy, action, and awareness. Signed, the Mayor. And I have here for each and every one of you a lapel pin of the city emblem, City of Downey. Thank you again.
And because you're one of the cool kids now with a pin, you get a charge phone. I wish this worked at all. So now I'd like to call up my second council colleague, Claudia Prometa.
Good evening, everybody. Once again, we want to thank you, Seroptimist ladies. What a wonderful city we live in. We really have tremendous organizations here doing a lot of great work. And thank you, ladies. I know you represent a small number of your organization that do so much for our community. We want to recognize you and also give you a proclamation in regards to November, declaring November 2019 for Ending Domestic Violence Month. Whereas November is National End Domestic Violence Month, and whereas domestic violence is a serious and violent social problem that exists in all economic segments of society, in all cultures, and in all countries of the world. And whereas every 9 seconds, a woman is beaten in the United States, totaling more than 1.3 million each year. And whereas Soroptimists are in a position worldwide to educate everyone, especially women, that they have the right to feel safe and to live free from violence at home and in the workplace. And whereas the Soroptimist Workplace Campaign to End Domestic Violence is an ongoing Soroptimist effort to promote awareness, advocacy, and action. And whereas Soroptimist, an international volunteer organization for business and professional women who work to improve the lives of women and girls in local communities and throughout the world, has launched a region-wide campaign called Color Me Purple for domestic violence. Now, therefore, our mayor, Rick Rodriguez, mayor of the city of Downey, do hereby proclaim the month of November as End Domestic Violence Month, with special recognition to Soroptimists of the Camino Real region for the various contributions to many communities for advocacy, action, and awareness. Soroptimist International also, as a nonprofit organization, has consultative status in the United Nations. And again, the whole purpose is to provide equality, peace, and promote the education and safety of women worldwide. So it's a very important organization. Thank you, ladies. We appreciate your work.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Mayor Rick Rodriguez, council members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. My name is Judith Gallardo de Cisneros, President of Soroptimist International of Downey. And with me are also our Soroptimist Club, some of our wonderful members and ladies to my right. We are honored to be here and very thankful to receive this joint proclamation on behalf of our region governor, region board, and over 80,000 Soroptimists all over the world. Tonight, the city of Downey again becomes a part of history by joining other cities within the state of California on this region-wide Color Me Pink and Purple project. As you know, pink is associated with breast cancer and purple with domestic violence. Domestic violence is a serious and violent social problem that exists at the workplace and at home. And breast cancer is a form of cancer that attacks all economic segment of society in all cultures and in all countries of the world. Soroptimists are actively bringing about awareness of these two serious issues to as many communities as we can, and we hope to continue doing so for many more years. Pink is a reminder again, as you know, and there are many excellent organizations that deal with breast cancer, from research to care to support patients undergoing a breast cancer surgery and treatments. A reminder of the courageous fighting against breast cancer. Purple, I've brought some safeguards in regards to the purple colors. We have we have forwarded safeguard information regarding domestic violence to the city so that they can also have safeguards available at the city level. These cards are meant to be placed in the workplace, at schools, doctors' offices, etc. They have national and local contact phone numbers for victims of domestic violence. Soroptimist International of Downey will be distributing these cards. If the city doesn't have them, we will make them available as soon as we communicate in regards to that. And they will be available during the month of November. Thank you for declaring the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and the month of November as End Domestic Violence Month. We hope the city will continue to be a part of this project, not just during the months of October and November, but throughout the whole year and for many more years to come. For me and for all of our ladies, it truly is an honor to be a part of Downey, to be of service for the people of Downey in the surrounding areas. We thank you very much for this honor.
Okay, so if you guys want to, we'll take a little 5-minute break. So those of you who are here for the award ceremony, that's at the end of it. We'll be reconvening with a non-agenda public comment. So 5-minute break. We good? Are we on? There we go. Non-agenda public comment. Now it's time for non-agenda public comment. The non-agenda public comment period. I'd like to remind members of the audience of the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code. Members of the audience who wish to address the city council during non-agenda public comment are prohibited from engaging in any conduct that disrupts or interferes with the meeting, such as yelling, screaming, cheering, or whistling. If a speaker engages in conduct that disrupts or interferes with the meeting, I will ask city manager to have the speaker removed from the chambers until the end of the non-agenda public comment period. I remind speakers that each person has 5 minutes to speak on non-agenda public items, and their comments should be addressed to me and not to any other council or staff member. Please come forward, state your name for the record, those wishing to speak.
So, for those of you who are staying tonight on item 19, administrative reports, it gives you an additional 5 minutes to speak about the so-called protect tenants. Are you familiar with that? Are you familiar with that?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the audience who are struggling with their protected tenant rent.
This is non-agenda items.
Non-agenda, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know where I'm at. I'm under the color of the law, which is violations of the warning to deny the rights under the color of the law, 18 U.S.C. 242, 18 U.S.C. 245, and my First Amendment under 42 U.S.C. 1983. So I believe I'm on topic regarding participating, enjoying, and benefit services, privileges, programs, facilities, and activities for my neighbors to remain protected in their homes. Not sleeping in front of portals like they were this morning in their tents. That's humiliating but very good protest. I'm in your support. I don't want to see any American, any illegal immigrant sleeping homeless on my street under my watch. Mr. Rick Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
As you know, veterans go through hell sleeping on the streets daily. 17 commit suicide a year. 17 suicide by veterans because they can't sleep in their own home. You'd rather sacrifice them to sleep in a street, you'd rather sacrifice them to sleep in their car, and you'd rather have their motorhomes towed off a street because they have so much pride. They don't want to come here and protest. But this is your American dream, to speak before any elected official in local government to address the issues that you as taxpayers, you as citizens of this California bullshit Golden State that has fucked up everything for too long. Too long. Yeah. Protect your rights is right. That's why I say it, because I'm right. I'm protected. Because I'm an American citizen. Natural born, homeboy. So before you take it out of consideration, Housing and Urban Development has authorized me the right to petition the United States government under Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 as amended by the Fair Housing Amendment Act of 1988 PL 100-430 to allow me to amend a suit against the government for discrimination. Shame on you. Women and children are being displaced because of high rents. That's discrimination. Families with their children with disabilities are being discriminated, thrown into the streets. That's discrimination. And I will file my petition with HUD, with the United States Plaintiff Armando Herman versus the Golden State of California and that bitch Nancy Pelosi, to make things better in America. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We're sending a message to Sacramento. We're tired of the lies, the fake fucking news you bring to our squeaky little ears that, oh, that's offensive. We're tired of it. People have a right to vent. People have a right to come here and show what it's like to be in the position they're in. Children crying here at the podium. That's offensive. Not my words. My words are protected free speech. But you want to say I'm a threat, regardless of what I believe? Hess versus Indiana, we're taking back our streets. We're taking back our streets again, and I didn't use the F word in it. So, for those of you in the audience, go to the library, start studying your laws, and bring them here and defend your right as citizens, as I'm defending your rights as citizens. And I do wish to file on your behalf this discrimination lawsuit under housing, unfair housing, and retaliation by local governments. Thank you.
Next, please state your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Flores, and I am running for California State Senate. Mr. Rodriguez, you indicated that good choices were worthy of your creation. We are God's creation, and we as activists are demanding for rent control, for freedoms that are not getting. We're fighting for our freedoms, and these activists like myself, we're not getting paid for it. You know, we don't have a cushy retirement, 75% at 25. Instead, we are being abused by corporate landlords, losing household income to rent increases by corporate landlords.
So, sir,
I think that.
Sir, if I can interrupt you 1 second.
Can you pause the time, please?
Sure, pause the time, please.
It was at 20 when you interrupted.
So we're actually.
Okay, I understand, sir, but I know it has some dialogue that may seem like it's, you know, in terms of rent control, but it's actually a more broader point of view.
Okay, so my point that I'm trying to make with you. The point I'm trying to make with you, there is an agenda.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
No, because other people talking in the background. So there's an item on the agenda
I
that will
understand,
give you
sir.
all the time in the world to speak about that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And I know that God hears the prayers of everyone, not just city council. It's time for the city council to put their prayers into action by supporting us and our hardships, specifically Downey residents. By you not supporting our efforts, we want a rent board. We want a stronger protections for our renters. You are being hypocritical to your prayers, to your neighbors, and to your religion, and to the God, the Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Ironically, Donald Trump invokes the name of God in blasphemy. He speaks hate and praises the Lord. On a more specific parallel, we have the Republican establishment, such as Lucille Roybal Allard, Cristina Garcia, Lena Gonzalez, Anthony Rendon, who are the Republicans, and they don't support the working class. They don't support rent control. They allow pollution to continue. They are Republicans because they behave like fascists. The Lord gave us this planet to protect the animals, the people, and we are killing everything. This is not God's plan, as you initiated the city council meeting. The city of Downey is like no other because they have so much resources, but they are not moving. Why do we have to rely on our pastors to help our community when we have our elected leaders? It does no good to continue to combine the church and the state when we are dividing our families. You can implement a rent control board, rent control reduction, stronger protections for tenants. That means more than anything to us, more than a certificate or a pin that you give to your friends. Rent control can lead to mental instability. Not having that can lead to mental instability and increase domestic violence. And in terms of the congestion in Downey, it's getting really bad, and you guys made a comparison to Santa Monica and Marina del Rey, and they don't really have that many islands. So I don't know what that whole shenanigans is about, but it's really just congesting Downey. And the problem is that the problem is not that we don't have enough low-income housing. The issue is that it's unaffordable, and it's in connection to our wages. It's easier to regulate rent than wages. I'm Cesar Flores. Vote for me for California State Senate.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Edna Ibarra. I'm here again to bring up the issues that I see in my city that I am not very proud of. First, I'm gonna show everyone in the public to see if the community developer or Mr. Livas is not embarrassed about the way our streets look here in Downey. These rocks I picked up right before driving out of my driveway today. This is the cement that's coming apart on Basinger Street. This is the loose gravel that I've been mentioning over months, that I emailed you, that I've sent pictures, and that I haven't received any response from. So once again, I ask the people up here, how serious do you take your job? Next, I would like to say that I'm happy to see a mayor at work. Finally. As for trying to beat the Mexican out of Downey, you're not gonna do it. So you changed the pre-Columbian rituals of Day of the Dead, and you bogusly named it Festival de Calaveras. How idiotic and ridiculous. Who thought about that? How would you like it if we changed Halloween to Pumpkin Day, or the 4th of July to Fireworks Festival? Would you like that? The equestrian unit at the police department, my goodness, like seriously, you're gonna have freaking horses trotting around the city? Where? The streets are so congested with the islands, like Cesar mentioned earlier, plus all the trucks driving through Paramount because of the freeway construction and all the potholes. Where are these horses gonna walk? There's no parks, thanks to the Parks and Rec person or whoever's idea that was to close all the parks. Yeah, and you're smirking, Rick? You think it's funny? Who's gonna pick up the shit that the horses crap out? How much was this horse unit, how much does it cost our city?
Nothing.
Sure.
Zero.
It's always some kind of bogus contract. And this is in New York City to have police on horses. How much is the training? How much hay do the freaking horses eat? They need to be housed somewhere. They're not gonna work. Yeah, it's funny, Claudia and Gilbert. Yeah, I mean, seriously, the horse thing, really?
Okay, hold on, please. Can we?
Okay, hold my time.
Okay, please stop. Please. Ma'am.
Stop my time, please.
Ma'am, if I can address real quick. You mentioned.
No, I'm not gonna give you my time.
No,
So
I know, your time has been stopped.
no, this is my time. Okay, where I left off, this is in Chicago or New York that needs men on horse. Like if we need crowd dispersal, and this horse thing plus that SWAT machine that you guys purchased, what for? Are you expecting a revolution? I mean, I guess you might get one. I'm tired of seeing these grandiose congratulatory meetings, giving diplomas to friends. Like, as a teacher, would I give diplomas to my colleagues just because they're my buddies and help me out? That's what friends fucking do. I think the SWAT machine and the horses just send a wrong message about the brutal police force, and it does not do our city good. That's not what we need here. I mean, what's next? Like an ice place too? Like ICE is gonna be present here? We're gonna put up walls or what? Pretty ridiculous. Yeah, and like my colleague Cesar said, the islands are stupid. They mess up the Warren High School traffic in the morning and mess up commuter traffic in the afternoon. But that contract must have been given to a friend.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you.
No, thank you for finally coming to work.
Yes, ma'am.
Buenas noches. Good evening. Primero que nada, yes, sí, me va a oh. ¿Qué tenemos que ver? Está bien.
Ella le va a traducir.
Okay. Buenas noches a todos. Primero que nada, muchas gracias al señor Sean Ashton, que ayer tuvo la... Usted me dice.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thanks to that gentleman who had
No, Sean Ashton. Al señor Sean Ashton.
Sean question.
No, Sean Ashton. Yeah. Es el único que le hemos tocado su corazón, muchas familias aquí presentes esta noche. Gracias por todos nuestros hijos.
He's the only one whose heart we've touched here tonight. Thank you from all our children.
Segundo, reconocimiento. No tengo medallas, pero tengo mi corazón y gratitud para decirle a toda la unión de vecinos en Eden Road que gracias. Gracias por pasar frío, hambre, por una causa justa. Y gracias también a ustedes, que tuvimos que esperar 2 meses y medio para que esto llegara a la agenda. Muchas gracias.
And also, I don't have certificates or medals or anything, but my recognition comes from my heart to the union or Ever Rock for being there. They've been there through cold and hunger, and also to all of you for allowing this. We had to wait for 2.5 months, and now we're here. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Catherine Álvarez. Bienvenido. Ya me debe de conocer porque me empezaron a hacer bullying en las medias nada más por lo que dije aquí, pero está bien, no hay problema. Con mi frente en alto para trabajar para mi comunidad.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Alvarez, and I'm here to address you. Welcome. You might know me. I think you know me because I've been receiving a lot of bullying through the media, but I'm here with my head up, ready to do my work for my community.
Nada más es mi comentario aquí público va a ser que me da una vergüenza saber que pusieron en la agenda el moratorio y que nada más se va a hablar, no se va a tomar en cuenta en una votación hoy. Porque aquí hay familias con niños, está haciendo mucho frío, por si no se dieron cuenta, nosotros tuvimos 27 horas de vigilia. Se me hace una vergüenza e inactitud de ustedes como trabajadores de la ciudad que todavía no puedan ver el problema tan grande que hay aquí en esa comunidad.
My only public comment is that we've been here for as a moratorium, and I'm really embarrassed to see that the issue here is in a moratorium, and it's not going to be put to vote. And these people here have been waiting for 27 hours through the cold, waiting, and all we see is your attitude.
Sé que este comentario es público y no tiene nada que ver con lo que es lo de casa o lo que se va a hablar con el moratorio, Pero si usted como mayor de la Downey de aquí, usted pudiera haber cambiado ese de 19 al número 1, simplemente nada más usted ver la audiencia. Levántense en todos los que vienen por el mismo propósito.
I know that people are here for the moratorium, but as you can see, you could have changed this from item number 19 to number 1. And please, everyone who's here for this issue, get up.
Con esto doy mi terminación de comentario público. Ahorita volvemos a vernos. Gracias.
With this, I finish my public comment. We'll see you soon again. Thank you.
Hello. Singapore and Hong Kong had a major housing crisis, and in order to solve it, they had built towards the sky with more housing. This is a simple economic process called supply and demand, not communism. Rent control is a feel-good policy. It does not address the cause or the root of the cause of the problem, which is a shortage of housing. We are between 3 to 4 million units of housing that we need to get developed. I had built a duplex in the city of Southgate. It took me 1 year, $45,000 in architect fees. And every time I submit the blueprints, the building and planning had to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Eventually, the duplex had cost me $500,000 to build from scratch, but it would have been much cheaper if I just bought it from somewhere else. Already built. California need to deregulate the building codes for new construction. I also have bought a property here in Downey, and it's a 10-unit residential and a two-unit commercial property. The 2-unit commercial property, I try to get a variance to change it to residential. City said no from the building and planning. The owner that had owned the property was an absentee owner, had lived in Texas. The place needed major renovation. When I bought the property, I paid $2,200,000 for it. I spent $45,000 for each unit to remodel the unit. Tenants were displaced. I'm not going to admit to it. Rents were doubled. The tenants were paying $700 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment, but there was mold. The paint was appealing. The carpet was bad, but you know what? The tenants did not complain about the wear and tear and the neglect. When I had fixed up the property, I had increased the rents to a double, but also my taxes went up too when I bought the property. They were reassessed. The owner that had bought the previous owner had the property since 1978. She was paying $2,600 a year in property taxes. When I bought it, my property taxes went up to $28,000. So rent control is not the solution. It's a feel-good policy, and we need to improve not the quality of housing, but the amount of housing, and use other ingenious ways like better transportation, more efficient transportation. We don't need a lot of vehicles on the road. And you know, in America, this is a free market economy. If you succeed, you work hard, you will make it. And the economy like Venezuela, Cuba, they're really bad, okay? This is what it's called communism. So this is what rent control is, it's communism.
Please, let's let the speaker speak. Everybody will have their time.
So we need to create more competition, build more units, more competition, deregulate, and landlords will compete for tenants' businesses, which will lower prices, okay? Right now, with rent control, I'm going to be very picky who I'm going to rent to. I'm going to make sure that they have a 700, 800 credit score. And I'm going to leave my place vacant until I find a good tenant. And And you know what? It's been 2 months. I have a place vacant, and I'm renting a 2-bedroom in Downey for $2,200. So, and I have a tenant right now that is pending at the application, and they have the VASH voucher, the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing, and that's who I'm renting to. So I have to make money, otherwise I have a mortgage to pay, and if I don't pay that mortgage, the bank is going to take the property away from me. So I'm not making a ton of money. My stockholder is my bank, and that's who I owe money to. So rent control is just nothing but a feel-good policy that will destroy housing next to bombing.
Okay, good evening, Mayor. Welcome back. We meet again. My name is Dr. Rodolfo Cortez Berrigan. So I'm glad that you are back. I'm glad that you have clearly great health care. Unlike the veterans that I know you paid tribute to yesterday. Many of them are dying and living on the street. So it's good that some people do have great health care. Okay, so my broader comment is about what I feel is government disinformation and mismanagement and hypocrisy that's going on right here in Downey. So first I would like to address a figure that has been used. I think the city manager was the first one to use it. This was the claim that Downey is 60% homeowners and 40% renters. So everyone should be aware that that is a lie. Everyone can check the census. Everyone can see that actually Downey is about 50% homes, 50% renters. However, we know that there's more renters in apartments. So there's this misinformation. I don't know where he got it, and then all of you have been saying that figure, and to make it seem right. The agenda here is to use that 60-40 figure to make it seem like the majority of Downey residents and voters are not actually renters, when in fact, of course, they are. So stop misinforming the public. Okay. Next, I would like to address some clear additional misinformation and lies. So I'm disturbed by the fact that you call out and you essentially honor our Assembly member, Cristina Garcia, our congressional Representative Lucille Roybal, because they are the corporate politicians that are, of course, pushing this terrible pain on the working class. And you're just lying about what they're doing. You're saying that they're for the people. In fact, Cristina Garcia just had a fundraiser where she was asking for $4,700 to attend and become her platinum sponsor. Does that sound like someone that represents the people? No, of course not, right? No. And you are all essentially trying to become one of them. That's just outrageous. We have candidates that are going around to the Chamber of Commerce and saying, hey, help me out. Outrageous. The Chamber of Commerce, who you also, of course, honor, the Chamber of Commerce is the enemy of the American people. We know because we can see the Powell Memo. Everyone can go on Wikipedia. I've already talked about it. The Powell Memo outlines the long-term plan of the Chamber of Commerce to essentially destroy progressive movements, union movements, renters' rights movements. So all this honoring, especially that some of you over here on the right fitfully mentioned, that's outrageous. The Chamber of Commerce is not our friend. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce is leading the charge to abandon rent control. When I say, of course, the Chamber of Commerce, I mean Wall Street, corporate America, those institutions that are conspiring against us. They talk about the idea that rent control is a feel-good policy. No, rent control is a human need. It's a human need because we need to correct the obvious failings of the free market system that has been established in the United States that profits really no one except the very top. Of course, some of you I know might be profiting. Everyone can go on Free and Open California and look at the 700 reports. Gee, I wonder why rent control has not been brought up in Downey before. Who is benefiting from high rents? Who is it? Well, okay, there we go. So I'd like to also address this abundant hypocrisy. I already talked last time I was here about the fact that you keep taking pictures with our Congresswoman, Lucille Roybal, to honor the veterans. You did this just yesterday. You had pastries, there were pictures. Well, guess what? What the veterans need is housing, healthcare, jobs. Are you offering that? Are you demanding that she do that? No, of course not. You're all working to silence the people. No, well, Sean Ashton is a bit better. He's over on the left. But of course, it's a bipartisan effort. It's a bipartisan effort. There's Republicans and Democrats conspiring against. This is why there's new parties. I was so happy that, one out of three people voted for a Green Party candidate, myself, last time. Let's see, and let's do it for the people instead of the Chamber of Commerce.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Christopher Rowland. I was here about 6 months ago about the taco shop on Manzanar and Telegraph.
Yes, sir.
Nothing's been done.
Okay.
I've talked to Carrie Rios. I've emailed her the last 2 months. I've got nothing back. There's trash everywhere. People are defecating on the wall. They're peeing on the wall. They're parking in front of our driveways. I call the police. Man's peeing in the bushes. He walks to his car, gets his girlfriend. He drinks beers. He's walking across the street, throws his beer can down. The police come. They talk to the person. They came back. Oh, we talked to him. And left. Did nothing. I called the supervisor on duty that night, and I said, what if my son was standing out there? Well, we can't do anything unless we see it. Why? I don't understand. He washes his equipment at night when they close in the street. There's grease everywhere. There's trash everywhere. We can't park in front of our own house because of the people that come there. My neighbor had to buy cones to put in front of his driveway. This is the second time I've been here for this. Nothing is being done. Why can we not have neighborhood parking only? Every time I ask somebody, I get directed to somebody else. I talked to Aldo. Aldo directed me to Carrie. I've talked to Carrie. She started doing stuff. Nothing's been done since. The car wash behind me, the Dollar Car Wash, it's not 24 hours. Nothing has been done about that. Nothing. Starbucks parks in our neighborhood. Arthur's parks in our neighborhood. The taco shop parks in our neighborhood. Stereos all night long at the car wash. Something needs to be done. I work nights, so I'm used to being awake all night. I worked last night. I slept 4 hours so I could come here today. What is going on? Do you want kids to see people defecating on the wall and peeing in public? Check the police log how many times I've called in the last month. How many times I've called about people parking in front of my driveway. Why can't we get public or neighborhood parking only? Explain that to me. It's 2 signs and people put stickers in their car windows. How expensive is that? I'll pay for it. I just want something done. Tacos Don Goyo. He is a menace to the neighborhood. Nobody else is it. Starbucks is fine. They clean their stuff up. The tent shop cleans their stuff up. Arthur's cleans their stuff up. But he does not. We've even asked him. All you got to do is clean up where your customers work. Clean it up. But he won't. So code enforcement made him put 3 trash cans out. Do you think people throw their trash in the trash cans? No. They eat in their cars, and when they're done, they throw it in the street. Do you want to live in a neighborhood like that? I don't think anybody wants to. Do you want to walk out and see somebody defecating on the wall? Then let's do something. Do I have to talk to Public Works to get the neighborhood-only parking? Is that who I have to talk to?
I don't want to interrupt you. I want to let you finish.
No, it's okay. I'm asking a question. Is that who I have to talk to?
What I'd like to do is this, Gilbert. I'd like to do is maybe a PD, Aldo, Public Works, and myself sit down with you.
Please.
Okay, let's do something.
If not, I'll keep coming back.
Yes, and sir, I agree with you. Look, I wouldn't. My kids, my grandkids, I wouldn't want to see that either. And I apologize. You've had 6 months to have to go through this. So.
Is that the rule that the police have to see it happen before they can do anything?
Well, that's why I want them to explain the rules, what the law is, verbatim by the penal code. And
So I told the sergeant,
Well, let me finish. Then I want the public works guys to tell what the law is via public works. And I want economic development, the same thing. And I want the city manager, us all to be there. So there's no more going around. We can just say, okay, what do we do? If it's signage, if it's, and maybe, maybe it's private, we have these people get together as their business group, say, guys, let's watch each other. I mean, like a neighborhood watch do.
I don't mind the taco shop. I don't. It's the people he's bringing in.
Yes.
Eventually, there's going to be crime.
Right.
People speeding up and down the street.
Okay.
Somebody's house is going to get broken into or car. We have to put a stop to it now.
Agreed. Aldo, do you have his information? Okay. Sir, if we can reach out to you this week.
So my other question was, when I talked to the sergeant that night, I asked him, I said, why couldn't I have filed a citizen's arrest? You know what he told me? You can't because the call's already been cleared. Nobody told me I couldn't do it to begin with. Nobody asked me. That's wrong. And the sergeant said, well, I'm going to send extra police out to monitor the area. How many police officers do you think I've seen since? None, because we're on the forgotten side of Downey, near Pico. Nobody cares about that. It's nothing but trash over there. I just want neighborhood parking only. There are 2 telephone poles, one on the other side where the electric company is, and one on this side where the tent shop is. All you have to do is put 2 signs up, neighborhood parking only. And Starbucks has their delivery truck coming at 3 o'clock in the morning with their huge air conditioner on the back in the middle of the summer. What do you think that sounds like with your doors and windows open?
Well, if you allow me to coordinate a meeting the first part of next week, we can do that. Aldo has your information.
Okay.
Sit down.
Okay.
Maybe we'll go there.
Okay.
Maybe go to your shop, your area, and you can show
Do
us
something.
firsthand.
I can't take the trash and the defecating and the peeing, the drinking. It's out of hand.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that took a little bit, huh? I wonder how ours is gonna take. Your response was clearly very quickly. I'm Rosario Sandoval. It's sadly to say that it's come this far. I'm very disappointed. I am. Does it take for me to bring my uncle that he's a sheriff? He serves the community too. He works for Caddy Hay. Do I have to bring that so you guys can acknowledge what's going on? Do I have to tell him? He don't know nothing about what's going on in my life. I have my daughter's uncle. He's a firefighter. He's been fighting the fires, and it's very devastating to know that he's putting his life on the line. Do I have to bring him too? Do I have to bring him so you guys can honor him too? Do I? Do you guys want to know his name too? My uncle's name, his name is my daughter's uncle's name is Henry Mott. Just in case, if he dies one day, you guys will recognize him as a hero in the fire out there. But you know what? Here is not the time to talk about that. The time right here that we're talking about is rent control, and I don't know where to start from.
Well, ma'am, that's an agenda, that's agenda item on item 19, so we'll have plenty of time to talk about
So
that.
I know, I'm just indicating the whole basic thing that we're here for.
This is non-agenda public comment time.
Okay, I understand, but this is my opinion, though. It's an opinion, and it's my understanding that I have this freedom to speak too. Okay? I go to Cerritos College. I'm a single mom of 3 kids. My daughter's 15, my other daughter's 12, and I have a 11-year-old. Straight A students. They're really good kids. I made sure that I was very strict to them. Why? Because I came illegally here. Call ICE. Call them. But guess what? I'm a permanent resident because I study really hard, and I go to Cerritos College. The person that encouraged me to talk like this was because my teacher, she wanted to come here tonight. She couldn't because she's teaching at Cerritos College, and she told me that she wished she would have been here because she's very proud of me, and I'm very proud of myself. Everybody that I have spoken to that was afraid to speak to about my situation, they told me, how come you didn't say nothing sooner? I have people behind me. I have attorneys. I have people that are literally looking forward to excluding this situation. I don't think that you guys want to be involved with certain persons that really have the control of where you guys are sitting at. I choose not to be the bad person, but you know what? If it takes to that route, you know? And I'm pretty sure you know Rick Rodriguez. I'm pretty sure you know. And I'm pretty sure you have a long legacy behind you, that there's people that look up to you, that you have to come to home to, and you have to explain to them, hey, you know, how was your day? How you been? What does it bother you? My kids ask me that every time. Every time I come to the house, I teach them to ask me, Mom, how's your day? You know what? It's been great. It's been really great. You know, sleeping 4 hours in the nighttime in front of portals. My bad, I'm sorry, baby. I had to get up at 4 a.m., go back to the house, sleep for 2 hours, go take him to school, and go to Cerritos College. That's what I did. And it's very sad to say that. My daughter says, Mom, I'm very proud of you. Good for you, and keep on going. Don't stop what you're doing. Because all you're doing is encouraging me to become a better person and not be like none of you guys. Because you guys are not done much, and it's very sad. And I'm very depressed about this whole situation. I'm devastated, and I'm very humiliated knowing that I'm a human. What does it take? Like I said, what does it take? Do you guys want me to bring my uncle, my daughter's uncle, to teach you guys what they have gone through the whole period of time, what they are putting themselves, their life on the line out there? I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring them so you guys can really acknowledge them and say, you know what, this person means something to somebody. I mean, am I being honest? I want you to respond. Do I have to bring them?
Yeah, feel free. You can bring
Do you want me to bring them? Because I'm pretty sure they would be very, very, very disappointed of this whole situation. You know, and I wish that you would really take this into consideration and really have a thought. And I was going to read something, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until I have the opportunity to be able to share this. And I'm very proud of my people right here. I'm proud of them. I didn't know who they were, and I met them, and I'm happy to help them. I'm very happy because they're just like me, and you know what? Hey, you know, why not? They have heart, and they have more heart than any of you guys will ever have.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Bárbaro Rodríguez, un cubano más aquí en esta tierra americana. Y gracias a este país estoy aquí. Esto es una historia que le voy a contar. Ni mi esposa lo sabe, porque no me gusta, no soy político, odio la política. No me gusta nada. ¿Está traduciendo?
Good evening, my name is Rob Rodriguez, and I'm Cuban, and I'm here thanks to this country, and I will tell you a story that not even my wife knows. And I don't like doing this, but I will tell you a story.
Yo hace 20 años que llegué a este país. 20 años, yo no solo, yo llegué con mi hermano. 20 años yendo a la ideología sur de los comunistas. Por eso nunca me ha gustado la política. Nunca. El señor que se refirió a Venezuela y a Cuba, él no sabe lo que es vivir en un comunismo. Que te quitan las casas, te quitan todo. ¿Me entiendes? Vivir como perro. ¿Tú sabes dónde dormía yo? En un colchón de paja. ¿Entiendes? Por eso me vale vivir donde quiera, aquí. ¿Entiendes?
I came to this country 20 years ago with my brother, escaping communism, and you know, in reference to the gentleman who mentioned Venezuela and Cuba and all that, that is trash. And I used to sleep on a mattress made of straw.
Cuando llegamos aquí, mi hermano y yo, mi hermano a los 3 años se inscribió en el ejército americano. Yo le dije, hermano, no hagas eso. No hagas eso. Al año me lo mataron en Irak. Me lo mandaron en una caja de cartón. ¿Por qué? Peleando por todos ustedes, por todos nosotros, por todos esos niños que están durmiendo, que no saben ni a dónde van a parar. ¿Para qué? ¿Para qué?
My brother and I, after we got here, my brother enlisted in the armed forces 3 years after we arrived. And he got killed in Iraq. He was brought back in a cardboard box. And all that for all of you and for all those children who are sleeping on the street.
Supuestamente que era por la libertad de Estados Unidos. Y yo me quedé, wow, pues. Pero lamentablemente esto no lo sabe nadie. Yo me he tragado, mira. Me he quedado calvo. ¿Por qué? Porque me lo he tragado año a año. sufriendo discriminación porque no sé hablar mucho el inglés, porque he tenido 3 trabajos, 3 para sacar a mi familia adelante. Y a la hija de él que dejó en Cuba. Eso no lo sabe nadie. Mira, este que está aquí, el único, y mi esposa. ¿Entiendes? Por eso yo veo esto y digo, wow, se está viviendo un comunismo más aquí. Perdiendo tantos soldados, perdiendo allá en países, en guerras absurdas, y nosotros aquí discriminando esos mismos soldados tienen familia aquí, tienen mamá, tienen papá, tienen nietos, hijos, y cuando llegan aquí están desalojados. Y ustedes, como políticos, llegan a la puerta de las personas. Ay, muy happy. Y nada. ¿Para qué? Para los votos.
Supposedly for the liberty in the U.S., look at me, I'm bald because of all the discrimination that I had to endure. And for a while I had 3 jobs in order to support my family and my brother's daughter who's still in Cuba. And that's why I wonder is this where we're heading? Same as communism? So many soldiers are in other countries fighting and losing their lives, and when they come back here, their families are going to be outside their home, on the streets. When they come back, their families are going to be evicted, and you guys are all here, all happy, and showing no interest in all this. Why? Because of the votes you're seeking?
Yo por eso, yo la política la odio. Yo discrimino a los políticos. A mí no me gusta la política por eso mismo. Usted mismo, las personas aquí, han estado hablando con usted y usted ha bajado la cabeza, ha bajado la vista, como que le vale lo que dicen las personas aquí. Eso se llama falta de respeto a las personas. Y se lo digo, y no tengo, y no soy político. No sé, mi respeto para usted, para él que estuvo ayer allá apoyando a nosotros. El único. Él. Pero está viendo esa comunidad ahí que está ahí. Hay más. No sabe pensar, esta es una parte, poquitico. Y no sabe lo que le viene todavía a ustedes. Porque no quiero verlos a ustedes o lo que lo vamos a hacer. Y no lo estamos amenazando, nada más estamos con hechos, le vamos a hacer las cosas. Porque no somos como políticos que lo que hacen es apoyar a las personas, a los trabajadores, a los humildes. ¿Entiende? Yo creo que usted como alcalde tiene que tomar un poquito más de medida con lo que está pasando en su ciudad, en la ciudad de todos ustedes, de todos. ¿Cómo van a vivir niños en la calle? A usted no, porque a lo mejor usted está durmiendo muy rico, se baña muy rico en un jacuzzi y eso. Y nosotros lo estamos bañando pero con moho y con cucaracha. ¿Eh? Lamentablemente la vida no es para todos. Si todo el mundo fuera médico, que feliz fuéramos. Pero tiene que ver barrendero, tiene que ver trabajadores de fábrica, tiene que ver sepultureros. Porque ustedes no se postulan ahí, mira, en el cementerio están buscando un administrador ahora. Postúlense, porque no hay nada de buscar. No hay poder, ¿entiendes? No hay poder. Es lo que pasa con los políticos, que están buscando poder. Nosotros no buscamos poder. Nosotros tratamos de sobrevivir con ustedes.
I hate politicians, and you, as such, when a lot of people have addressed you, you look down, and that's not right. That's lack of respect. I'm not a politician. He's the only one who was yesterday with us, and you see this community. This is just a part of it. We are many more. And this is not a threat. You're gonna see with our behavior what's gonna come. You as a mayor should get involved more in your city. Instead of having children out on the street. And of course, this doesn't attain you because you have a warm shower and you don't have to deal with these issues while we have to sleep in mold with cockroaches. And you know why? Not everyone can be doctor or professionals. There are people who have to be factory workers and undertakers. There's an opening right now for undertakers, you know. And politicians mainly seek power.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Glad to have you back, and I appreciate that you are back in the saddle. And I think it's unfortunate that people took cheap political shots when you were ill, and the reason why you were not here. No, wait. Yo quiero hablar de la comunidad hispano. Me llamo John Velasco. Velasco.
Mr. Velasco?
Yes.
You gotta speak to me, please.
Okay. I'm just really disappointed. I remember when I grew up, all the elected officials, excuse me, Councilman Ashton, were white. And now when we have city governance where you've got Hispanics who've, you know, reached a certain level, they've gone to college, they've worked hard in school, gotten good jobs, and they are now elected officials or public servants. And rather than be glad that people from the community have reached such heights or have been successful in business and made some money, there seems to be a jealousy, which to me is a cheap political shot. So I wasn't planning on staying here to make any comments, but when I heard the attacks and the way they were formed, I was very disappointed. So just thank you for all that you're doing. I know I've got to speak to you, Mr. Mayor. So as you know, I'm the vice president of a food bank that provides $36 million a year to low-income families. So I know what it's like to serve low-income people, working poor. And I don't have to denigrate elected officials to boost myself or my organization. And so I've been around a lot of the local cities and seen what is done. And I know that the Downey Coordinating Council, the Downey Clergy Council, which I'm a member of, steps in where government stops. And to me, that's what good governance is. There's only so much dollars in a civic budget. And that's where you look for other organizations, nonprofits to step in. So continue to do what you do, Mr. Mayor, and the rest of the council. I'm proud of you. Good night.
Thanks, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. My name is Hector Schmidt, resident of 12246 Old River School Road. It's great to have you back. I wish you the best of health. Sir, as a health teacher, credentialed health teacher in occupational safety, regarding health issues, I gladly volunteer cleaning up my streets. Upon yesterday, I noticed a couple bags, dangerous asbestos material, and I'm glad to say that the fire department came a relatively quick time and remedied the material that was there. They removed the material. So I'm here to say thank you to the fire department. Thank you. And Rick Rodriguez, God bless you, sir.
Levantemos el corazón. I want to address the separation of church and state and the quality, the criteria, the material, the type of person that should represent all people in a given city like Downey. Since you brought it up, you began with a prayer, just so that people don't have misapprehension or erroneous ideas as to who speaks. I am a graduate of UCLA. I got a master's in education. I am a grandfather. My kids graduated from UCLA too. I used to have a 2-acre house, almost the size of the golf club where you enjoy spending your afternoons. But I gave it away because I also was going to be a priest. And I do believe in the word of Jesus when he says, what good does it do to a man to inherit all the wealth but lose his soul? Some people here, it's been brought up, I'm not the first one to say it, se ofenden con ciertas palabras. You know, their ears get all hurt when they hear F words. But there are words that are very hurtful, like poverty, like eviction, and you're quite comfortable with it. ¿A poco piensan que Jesucristo estuviera al lado de los propietarios? ¿A poco piensan que Jesucristo cobrara dinero para curar a la gente? ¿A poco piensan que Jesucristo would be on the side of the landlords instead of the tenants? Do you really believe that and you dare to utter the word so carelessly? Jesus was also somebody that spoke truth to power, was somebody that spoke with harsh words. This is not me. Woe to you, teachers of the law. Woe to you, Pharisees, you hypocrites. You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but at the inside are full of bones of the dead and everything unclean. That's Jesus speaking. Don't tell me that you can't speak truth to power and not be harsh, a critic of the people that are in power. They're not cheap shots. If somebody's ill, nobody has ever made fun of the illness. But if you're not fit, if you're not healthy enough to serve, then you should have the ethics to quit, because you cannot represent the people. But if you feel you're entitled to your job, if you feel that you must serve, then you hold on to it even when you are incapable of serving. We are not going to forget you. Our children will know about you. My grandchildren will know about you. They will know what kind of people sit in those thrones, who they side with, who they work for, who they take money from, where they play, where they leisure, and who they forget. They did not get a single award, not a single recognition. They slept on the streets. It was cold. Did they drive you like Miss Daisy in front of Portos to acknowledge their plight? You think Jesus wore suits and ate at expensive restaurants and forgot the poor? How come none of you showed up? If you're so Christian, how come none of you had a sense of the children? Even if you disagree with it, even if you're not in agreement with it, where is your humanity that you proclaim, that you apply yourself and give awards to yourself? Where are you for the poor people? You don't represent the poor. You don't represent the workers. You represent only the only God that you know. That.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Alex Vargas. I just want to say, you know, I sit on a few committees here in the city of Downey, represent our Downey Clergy Council, which is our faith-based community. On there we have, of course, Christian, we have Catholic, we have Hindus, Jewish, or Mormons. And our Clergy Council, we've, you know, established, you know, what we do for the community, and that was because of you. And I've had the honor of sitting on that committee under you, Mayor Rodriguez, and I just want to say great job on that, because we've done amazing things for so many families, struggling families. I also sit on the committee for Downey Cares Collaborative, which is for our foster children and struggling families, families that are poor, that need help. We sit and we do different things for those families where we help them, whether it's finding a place to live, getting off the streets, providing clothes for them. So I want to say thank you for coordinating that, putting that together with County Supervisor Janice Hahn's office, our police department, Downey Unified School District, our clergy council. You know, that's an amazing thing where other cities are coming to the city of Downey to start something like that in their community because it's so impactful for our families. And so I just want to say great job. I know a lot of people don't see the hard work you do. I've had the honor, and a lot of people are saying, you know, friends, you have your friends, and it's an honor to call you a friend. I have many friends in different cities that are council members who don't do as much as you do, sir. And so I thank you for that. I thank you for being a mentor to so many in this community here in Downey. Continue to keep doing what you're doing because you're doing an amazing job, and the city is changed and different because of what you do. And even your colleagues here, Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco is doing an amazing job. Claudia Fermenta, amazing job. Thank you so much. And just continue to keep up the good work. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
My name is Alan Halstensgaard. In my last speech before this council, I introduced you to the Institute for Creation Research. They have an excellent program on the radio, Science, Scripture, and Salvation. It can be heard every Sunday at 1:30 p.m. on 107.9 FM radio. You can also access the program on kwve.com. I know it would be good if you listened to this program with your children. It was Dietrich Bonhoeffer who said, "To be silent in the face of evil is in itself evil." He was killed by the Nazis just before the end of World War II because he opposed Hitler. The evil before us today is abortion. I know there are many today who advocate the killing of people who are still in the fetal stage of development. I am referring to the cruel practice of abortion. We are not ignorant of the devices of the abortionist. In the saline abortion, a chemical solution is injected into the amniotic fluid, chemically burning the baby to death. In the D&C abortion, the baby is cruelly dismembered. You can watch an actual ultrasound video of an actual D&C abortion by going to the Silent Scream on YouTube. In the particularly detestable partial birth abortion, the baby's brain is suctioned out of the skull. What will I say in response to this? I will simply respond with the words of Solomon, who became the third king of Israel in 970 BC when he was about 20 years old. Solomon was best known for his unparalleled wisdom. This is Proverbs chapter 14, verse 12. There is a way that seems right to a man, but its end is the way of death. I'm going to leave you with a strong warning. Let these words sink down into your ears. When World War III comes to pass, as I know it will, America will deeply regret the loss of the many tens of millions of people who were killed in their mother's wombs by abortion, and the multiplied millions more who would have been their children and grandchildren. They would have stood with us against the onslaught of foreign armies.
Oh wow, Jesus, it must be a hell of a day to be back. Just to start off, I still can't believe start off actually, my name is Joseph Moreno, come from HP. And to be honest, I still can't believe we're actually telling women what to do. Like, honestly, come on, man, grow up. We're in a new age. We need to be open-minded about everything, just as we are when it comes to rent control. That's just as we are. It should be as in religion. But beyond that point, right? So today we're here to talk about how the city, it's all fine and dandy, right? This is basically, people have to denounce this, the Beverly Hills of Southeast LA, right? And you guys have said it countless times that this is a wonderful city, that there's little to nothing wrong with it, right? Well, how can that be when we're having your own community come out and complain that you have people pissing on the walls, have people defecating on the streets, having people bring gravel from the streets to this stage. Not even in HP we do that. We don't even complain about that. We don't even have to complain about that. And that's the thing that saddens me. Yes, it's all fine. You have your friends here, but look at your friends, how they're being outweighed by your community. At the end of the day, what your friends say, whatever these people may be to you guys, it's totally disregarded to what these people have. They don't go through the everyday struggles that we do. And I understand how they feel. Because not so long ago, I lived in apartments where our family was just mistreated by our landlords. We had cockroach infestations. Our heater wasn't working during the winter. The water would be too cold during the winter and not cold enough in the summer. And that's what's going on. That's what's going on in my dad's house that lives down the street on New Street. We have worms coming out of we have worms coming out of the showers. How disgusting do you think that is when you're in the shower, right? You're supposed to be at peace, and then you look down, there's a bunch of worms. How disgusting do you think? And my dad has complained and complained about it, but he works 15 hours, 6 days a week. How much time do you think he has? Not a lot. He gets home at 11 at night. That would be like minimum. 11 at night. He goes to work at 8 in the morning. And he goes to work all the way in downtown LA. And I mean, come on, you guys need to put more attention. That's all. I'm so happy you guys show so much effort to your veterans. Godspeed to you guys. But we still have veterans on our streets, and you guys may have placed them in houses, but it's obviously not enough. I understand there's only so much we can do, but what we are saying and what we are doing, it's not balancing out. So you guys need to put an effort to this. People are being robbed of money. People are being robbed of their lives, and people are complaining that they're leaving the city. Well, I wonder why. When we have landlords that are taking advantage of undocumented families that are too scared to speak up for themselves because they have no papers, because citizenship in this country is everything. Apparently, this country's lost our morality, our humanity. Where sheets of papers decide whether you should have health care. Where papers decide whether or not you should have help from one another, from our neighbors. I swear, that's not what this country was built on. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? This country was built on helping our neighbors, helping each other whenever we're needed, and we're turning a blind side. Our president is denying and making it harder every day for asylum seekers. And of course, there's always bad bunch. There's a bad bunch in everything. Look at America. We have people aren't even happy in America. Imagine that. They're not even happy in their own country. And we're not even happy in our own city. I'm not happy. It disgusts me at some times to say I'm American because of our representation. And tell me if I'm wrong. Look at our president. That's all I have to say.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name's Jeff McCacken. I live at 10342 Wiley Burke. Downey, California. And I'm back. We were at the last meeting, me and my neighbor, in regards to Measure S events that are going on at Furman Park. So what we specifically were concerned about was there's two picnic structures being built in the back end of the park on the west back end. So when they laid out the stakes originally, it was 15 feet from my property line. So we were able to talk to the city, and we were told at the last meeting that they were going to take the two structures that were going to be built there, move one towards the front of the park, which totally made more sense. They were still going to build the one, which made sense, and they were going to move it 180 feet from our property line. So this week they staked it out to build the structure, and it's at 150 feet. So me and my neighbor are back here tonight wondering why were we told it was going to be 180, now we're at 150. They have our email address, they have our phone numbers. Nobody contacted us about change, so before they pour the cement, we're back here to say that we'd like to know why we were told one thing and now something else is happening.
Mr. McCacken, actually, I'd like to address you to Mr. Asqui here, our Assistant City Manager. He can give you some information. Right. I actually walked out with him at one point when we heard there are two issues. So we did move one of them to the front. The other one we moved close. I didn't walk it off in terms of the exact footage, but Mr. Asqui can talk to you.
We walked it off with one of those little odometer meters. 150 feet is where they staked it off this week.
So if you could, on sidebar with him, he can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Señor alcalde, miembros del concilio, mi nombre es Isaac García, soy uno de los inquilinos de Eden Rock. Ustedes tal vez sepan de que hicimos una vigilia y la hicimos respetuosamente, porque en esencia nosotros somos buenas personas. Queremos a Downey, es una gran ciudad. Gracias a ustedes, lo reconozco. Quiero presentarles mis respetos, pero también recordarles que ese respeto puede crecer o disminuir de acuerdo a sus acciones. Nosotros estamos aquí para pedirles ayuda, porque queremos a Downey. Y pensamos que ustedes pueden hacer muchas cosas, grandes cosas por Downey. Y nuestro respeto está ahí. Gracias.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Isaac Garcia. I live also in East Rock. And we're here with these people waiting all those hours. We are good people. We like Downey. And I'm here to pay you my respects, but also to remind you that my respect can grow or can shrink. We like Downey, and we would like to see different changes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and the City Commission, thank you. My name is Sam Jabanathan. I live here on 11721 No Lane Avenue, Downey. I've lived here pretty much all my life. I'm an immigrant also from Sri Lanka, and I remember my first wages was $4.25 an hour. Don't misjudge me by this jacket I'm wearing. I went through hard times like a lot of people here, and I know Downey City, there are some programs that help my children when we were going through the tough times. Now I go to a church where it's community-minded. I'm speaking on behalf of the church I go to. And a city is made of not just government, but with religious organizations, people, community. It's like a family. So what I want to say is, if there's anybody here who's going through difficulty, please come by Desert Rain Church, 11610 Lakewood Boulevard. Normal business hours, ring the bell, and we help with food, furniture, all kinds of stuff to the best of our ability. And that's the only thing I want to say. I think we can help each other regardless of any enmity or feelings of helplessness. I think we all need to help. I can't speak for the government, but I can speak for our church. If there's anyone here who wants any help, please come and see us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and councilmen and women. My name is Noemi Jauregui. I am a resident of Downey, and also a working member of Downey City. I work for the Downey Unified School District. I've already had the opportunity to address you guys in a private, the pre-meeting. So I will not talk about that specifically since I've already addressed my own personal concern. The reason I'm standing here right now is not to address what everybody has already been addressing, nor about who I am or how special I might be to the city, because it's not about me and it's not about any of us. I'm standing here and in prayer asking that may God give us ears to hear and eyes to see, for it is a greater deed that's happening. I don't know why I am here. I have to be honest with you. I did not know that all these people had been already advocating for months before I came. I just knew I had a calling, and it was a God incident that brought me here tonight. But as I'm hearing both the people reaching out and speaking and asking for help, I see the great responsibility that lies in your shoulders and in your hands. And I hurt and ache because I know that it's not just up to you and it's not just up to us. And this is the only thing that the Lord was just telling me to share. Then, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear them from heaven and I will forgive their sins and restore their land. For God holds the heart of man in his hand, and he moves it in whichever way he desires. So do we need to call great shots? Do we need to call other people? We don't need to call on anyone but the Lord. Again, I don't envy your position, but my heart goes out to you as it goes to the people here for Downey. May God give you wisdom. Thank you.
So, good evening. I'm Juan Martinez. This is the first time I've ever been here, and I've actually seen you guys receive a lot of backlash from the community. Usually you guys tend to cater to, your people, the people who are more into the religious aspect. And today I've heard a lot of concerns, but I haven't really seen any indication that you guys are even gonna attempt to address their situation. Like, question, do you feel that you are going to do anything about rent control for these people?
This item is on the agenda for item 19 to be discussed at that time.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, is that it's easy to politicize it and save it for when it's convenient for you. But people need answers today because people are in danger of losing their homes. Now, I get the whole thing where you come out here and you take pictures with people and you talk about how you contributed to the community. But here you have what is at least 50% of the Downey community calling upon you to do something now. And it seems like their voices are not getting heard even while they're here yelling at you. So I just have a few questions for you, and maybe you want to address them, or maybe you want to say that you're going to save them for a later time. Do you, Rick Mayor, do you own any of these properties that are being rented out to these families?
No.
All right. So I heard you have, and there's some people that say that they have some information on that. Whether that's the true or not, we can verify that. But in regards to that, is there anything you're going to do to help these people about rent control?
Can we address that at the agenda? I mean, you're going to have plenty of time to talk about this in item 19. Is it not that you don't want to spend the rest of the hour here? Is that why you want to bring it up right now?
I know it seems like humorous, but it's affecting people's lives. The least that they can do is look forward to hearing that their mayor is concerned and is willing to do something about it.
Mayor, this is public comment. We allow the members of the public to speak, use their 5 minutes, so that we can get to the other matters on the agenda, including item 19. So we let him finish his comments.
Well, actually, that's pretty much where we're standing right now. I don't have much to say. I just had simple questions. I wanted to know where you stood on it, and it's clear that you don't seem to be too much bothered by it. Simply, you just seem to push things back to another date while people are still here in danger of losing their homes, protesting at night by sleeping outside. So there's change coming, and I will say that if you do nothing for these people, we will make sure that you guys don't get elected again. Thank you. I'll use my time.
Thank you. Noting no further speakers, non-agenda public comment is now closed. Consent calendar. Public comment. Are there any comments from the public on the consent calendar items only?
Well, we have two important consent items, item 5 and item 16, dealing with the American Disability Act. Not that anyone cares, because it's apparent that it took $22 million of my complaint against the city of Downey to begin its transition plan. Not that I received any award or recognition for it, but that's not important. But thank you for the 5, but belongs to the gentleman there who donated it. Yes. However, again, let's go into this unified school for various school campuses shortfall. I can't believe there's a shortfall in any unified school district that receives state and federal dollars. I believe there's abuse, waste, and fraud in the majority of our public schools because it's obvious, very obvious. However, these repairs that will cost a transfer of monies, again, for the ADA improvements for citywide projects. Well, Mr. Livas, I'm still looking to get my curb and curb ramps fixed for non-disabled and the disabled patrons of this city. North, south, east, west, all quadrants. And this capital improvement project cover, yes, very shortfall. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking for more monies for this infrastructure, which you heard earlier, people were upset at these new medians. Because that falls under ADA, because you have to have them specifically created so that a disabled person can understand how to use the median to get safely from one area to the other area of the street. Then, back to 16. I use the word misappropriations when it comes to ADA. Because for 40 years only, the city of Downey has not been in compliance. Only up to the point when I raised the issue with Washington, and my big brother from Washington stepped in and said, no, you need to start taking money out of your general fund and fixing our sidewalk and streets. As you heard earlier in general public comment, a lady brought in black asphalt. Well, we all seen the potholes, we all seen our poor infrastructure, but yet we're gonna ask for a transition plan to review the update to file and receive whether or not the monies is being spent right. Now, don't take me back to that incident there off of Paramount where I'm planning to redesign the freeway to make it accessible for any person to go under that bridge. Orange County has improved their freeways, improved their bridges. All I'm asking is for one bridge off of Paramount to be in compliance ADA. That's a hell of a concern I have. But then again, I have to ask Gilbert, the manager, where are these misappropriations, or where is the monies for ADA infrastructure so that I may receive and file with the Department of Justice in Washington, Civil Rights Section, whether or not we're up to date, Gilbert. In addition to that, I know you're happy to see me on those two items in particular. And I'm looking forward to file my next complaint to get more action on the ADA. Because as you see, an invisible disability doesn't mean that I don't have a physical disability, like some of my neighbors and friends in the audience. So keep in mind that there are people here with invisible disabilities, and a lot of us, like myself, take the pride not to come in with our cane or our wheelchair or our motor vehicle that operates to get us through our thorough way of life. So I'm glad to see you, Mr. Rodriguez. I'm glad you're feeling well. I'm looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any council members that would like to remove or abstain any item from consent calendar? I have to abstain from item number 1 for the minutes. I wasn't here.
Move to approve the balance.
Second.
Please vote.
The consent calendar was approved with Mayor Rodriguez abstaining from item number 1, meeting minutes, and Councilmember Saab excused.
Okay, so there are 2 administrative reports this evening. Yeah, so let's move 19 up in the interest of time for everyone. Let's move 19 up. So I'll be abstaining from item number 19 because I'm a landlord within the city.
So,
Let's get some decorum in the in chambers, please. Please, everybody take your seats. If those who want to speak, please line up. We won't start the discussion until we've got decorum in the room. Okay, so before we take public comment, do you want to hear a report first?
yeah, so I asked for this to be put on the agenda, hoping that we could have a discussion as.
Oh.
I'm happy with how everybody's right now, so I feel that this is something that we need to take a look at. It's a serious issue. I wanted to have our attorney give us a briefing as to some of the information that we've been given in regards to similar ordinances in other cities.
So, Councilmember Ashton, you asked me to do some research on what other cities are doing with respect to these no-fault urgency ordinances. So, my office surveyed over a dozen cities. There's more cities that have taken this action, but with the interest of time, we were only able to get to about 16 cities. But from that survey, we were able to extract some commonalities, some common denominators in each of those ordinances. What I'm going to report, though, is only what's common about all those ordinances. Each city that has taken this type of action may have added their own unique provisions to address some particular local issues. And so I won't report on those, but I'm happy to answer any questions about them. So I'm just gonna go over what I found was common of all these ordinances that have been adopted by various cities in Southern California and in Northern California. So the no-fault eviction urgency ordinance, a lot of these ordinances apply to tenants who are in possession of the premises and the notice of eviction has not expired. So it would protect those tenants. Of course, there's variations in other ordinances, but that's what I found in common, that the application of these ordinances applied and protected tenants who are in possession of the premises and the notice of eviction has not expired. These ordinances apply generally to buildings that are older than January 1st, 2005. Older, not newer. And the heart and soul of these ordinances typically are a listing of what the landlord can do with respect to eviction. It essentially prohibits the landlord from evicting tenants for no cause, for no reason. And these ordinances lay out the criteria for which a landlord may evict a tenant. And some of those elements mirror the new law, AB 1482. So a landlord can evict a tenant for cause, for just cause, and that means a default in payment of rent. It could mean that the tenant was creating a nuisance on the premises. It could mean that the tenant was engaging in criminal or otherwise unlawful activity, that the tenant may have breached a material term of the rental agreement or the lease, or maybe the tenant had engaged in assigning the premises or subletting the premises to some third party. There are others, I won't go through all of them, but they pretty much mirror AB 1482. Of course, these ordinances have carved out exceptions, exceptions for hotels and motels, residential care facilities and nursing homes, hospitals, dormitories at colleges or universities, single-family homes. It also exempts the rental of rooms in single-family homes where the owner is occupying the premises, and the tenant and the landlord and the landowner are sharing kitchen and bathroom facilities. It also exempts duplexes where the owner is a resident in one of the units. There are others, exceptions. These are all found in AB 1482. All of these ordinances have been adopted by cities by urgency. And what that means is that the ordinance is adopted, is introduced and adopted on the same day. And in order to be able to do that, the ordinance itself and the council must make certain findings of that there's an immediate need to preserve the public peace, health, and safety of the residents or in the community. For City of Downey, and under the state government code, an urgency ordinance requires 4/5 vote of the entire membership of the council. So in this case, if you have 5 council members, 1 council member has a conflict, that leaves 4 members. That means that urgency ordinance must be approved unanimously. A lot of these ordinances, most of these ordinances expire on December 31st, 2019, so it's essentially a stopgap measure until AB 1482 kicks in on January 1st. Again, these are just commonalities of these ordinances. Cities have added their own unique provisions. Some have not. Some cities have not adopted these urgency ordinances at all. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you. But that's essentially just generally what these ordinances do.
Okay. So, Madam Pro Tem, how would you like to proceed with this? Would you like to do comment first and then discussion?
I'd like to do public comment first. I know there's a lot of individuals that have been waiting to speak, so I'd like to open it up to public comment. But before we open it up to public comment, I want to mention to everyone, this is a an issue that is a pretty heated issue. So just because you don't agree with the speaker, I ask that you kindly respect them, that you let them complete their thought, let them complete their 5 minutes, and not boo them. So be respectful of each other. That's all I ask. I'm here to listen. I do respect everyone's views. But again, if you do not if you do not approve of somebody's comments, don't boo them. Don't interrupt them. I'm going to give everybody 5 minutes to speak. I will not interrupt you. I want to hear everyone, so I will not say any comments after each speaker, and that way you all have an opportunity to speak. So I'd like to start off with the first speaker. Please state your name.
Hello, Council. My name is Ignacio Gonzalez, and I am a renter in Downey, at least for the time being. I would like to urge you to please institute or vote for the no-fault evictions for the next couple of months to prohibit people from ending up in the streets during the holiday season. There is a Christmas time tradition in Latin America called Las Posadas. It recreates the journey of Mary and Joseph as they seek shelter before the birth of Jesus. They were refused adequate and affordable shelter, so Christ was born in a manger. Today, property owners in Downey want us all to be Christ-like by refusing us affordable shelter and having us all live in a manger. I come here to the City Council to seek the assistance of the 3 wise men and 3 wiser women to please help us out. Please do not allow Downey residents to be put out on the street during the Christmas season. The only reason property owners would oppose this eviction freeze is so that they can put Downey residents on the street. Under AB 1482, property owners will be able to raise the rent by 8% in January 2020. The proposed no-fault eviction freeze will have no impact on the increase. It's going to happen. Where else can you get a guaranteed return on investment of 8 to 10% as allowed under AB 1840? So let's take a hypothetical current monthly rent of $1,000. And I repeat, this is hypothetical because we all know we can't find a rental for $1,000 in Downey, right? So in this hypothetical example, in January 2020, that rent would increase by $80. Now, a similar increase of 8% the next year in 2021 would be based on the new rent amount of $1,080. So instead of another $80 increase, the rent increase in year 2, 2021, would be $86.40. The increase in year 5 could be $109 each month. So the monthly rent can continue to grow exponentially until it reaches a total of $1,999 per month in year 10, twice the current amount. So property owners are gonna be okay. You don't have to feel sorry for them. That $1,999 a month would make for a very Merry Christmas for the property owners. There are times when decision makers, such as this council, must balance policy with humanity and decency, and this is one of those times. Now, if you choose to enable this blatant money grab, then you should fully embrace your inner Grinch this holiday season. Do not attend the Downey Christmas parade. Do not post your Christmas greetings on social media. Instead, you should say bah humbug to everybody you meet. You should hand out lumps of coal to your constituents. And most importantly, you should hang a piece of mistletoe above your rear end because you would be telling all of us to kiss your holly jolly you know what. I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Look at the proper proceedings for redress. Let's start off with 3 questions. Where do you think you are a victim of housing discrimination? Where did the alleged act of discrimination occur? When did the last act of discrimination occur? Well, the unlawful instigators are the cities that created this havoc, this harm, this emotional stress to families and children. But why do you care? Why should you care? Careers are more important. Money is more important. And power trips are more important. You see, I lived through that. When the city of Los Angeles kicked me out of my rent control home after 15 years, as I was paying 3% on rent, they still came in and drugged me out in the middle of the night. But you don't care. That's not your story. That's my story. That's my real life event. However, the hardship I look at is the common factor. We tore down a residential community off of 3rd and Paramount to build affordable KB homes, potential rent homes, but drive by there any time of the night after 9 o'clock. The majority are dark and vacant. Just like the man earlier brought up in his general public comment, I don't care if I don't get a renter. I can wait. I can hold off. Yeah, fool. Anyone can hold off. Doesn't hurt your wallet. It doesn't put food on your table for your children or the children that are here tonight in protest and opposition. So what can you really do? Matter of fact, I heard, whether it's based on fact or fiction, why did Rick Rodriguez recuse himself? Was the property of rent a part of this condition as well? It's not my business, but I'm just going on speculation of what I heard. I'm just an arrogant, ignorant fool. But I did hear that. So, again, proper proceedings. This is called deprivation. A very cruel local government word, deprivation. And it seems like most cities, not just Downey, but every city, especially the big cities that created the gentrification, that pushed all those people out of Broadway in downtown Los Angeles that had all this $200 rent and now are scrambling on the outskirts of Janice Hahn. Yeah, I was down there with Janice Hahn today. I brought up to her attention about the Seabreeze incident, where she was involved in over 500 units built by the ocean, nice property, but they didn't build it to code for disabled children or disabled families. So what did it mean? You couldn't rent or live on the premises. Another retaliatory, discriminatory device of deprivation. It's common. More cities practice it. El Monte, where I came from, Cerritos, where I heard it from. And they keep telling me in Pasadena, get the fuck out of here. And I says, no. I want the world to know what kind of shrugged, shit-faced assholes I'm dealing with that pick up pencils, as Trump would call you, pencil neck, fake news liars to this public, to this audience. Tell us tonight what you're going to do about the rent. Will you save these people or will you discard them? The same way LA discarded me in the middle of the night in handcuffs. Real shit. Real fucking shit. Yeah, I'm watching my fucking language. It's called free speech when someone deprives you the right to housing, rent, and the quality of your life deteriorates because some jackasses don't want to listen or focus on the attention of the point of what's happening all around California.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio y miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es Beatriz Sandoval y soy una organizadora con la campaña de Everyone In con United Way. Esta noche estoy aquí para apoyar a la comunidad de inquilinos de Downey, para apoyar una estabilización en el costo de la renta y también darles algunos datos que han afectado mucho el número de personas que tenemos viviendo en la calle. El año pasado, el 57 personas que fueron homeless por primera vez dijeron que fueron homeless por las dificultades económicas para pagar la renta. Desafortunadamente, este 57% son familias con niños y personas de la tercera edad que tienen ingresos fijos. Esas personas también tienen un nombre, una cara y también tienen sentimientos y están viviendo en la calle. Si ustedes no apoyan una estabilización en la renta, más personas que serán homeless por primera vez. Tenemos 600,000 familias en el condado de Los Ángeles que pagan el 90% de su ingreso solo en renta. Y no dudo que Downey sea una parte de esta estadística. La más crítica estadística que tenemos es que más familias con niños que están pasando por esta situación tienen una desestabilidad emocional y que está afectando su salud también física y mental. Tenemos... Un momento para que pueda traducir lo que usted dijo.
I'm here with good evening to members of the City Council. My name is Beatriz Sandoval, and I'm here with Every Warning, working with United Way. I'm here to show support to the renters and to try to show you the good idea of stabilizing rent. I have some information in regards to the people who live on the street. 57% of the people said that the main reason why they lost their homes is because they were unable to pay the rent. These people, they have names, they have faces, and they're living on the streets now. 600,000 families pay 90% of their income to rent. And this creates another problem. These families are in the presence of unstable mental and physical health.
El hogar es tan importante para una familia que el solo pensar que pueden perder su hogar causa problemas de salud mental como depresión, ansiedad, al nivel que cada año hay más personas cometiendo suicidio. En las escuelas tenemos niños que cada vez tienen más dificultades para aprender por el estrés que esto causa. Everyone trabaja educando a nuestras familias para apoyar soluciones que trabajan como la vivienda de apoyo y la vivienda de puente.
These problems, unstable mental and physical health, are present in the children at schools. This also creates a lot of anxiety and mental health issues. Additionally, more people are committing suicide because of these situations. ¿Cómo se llama la organización? Every Warning is working with communities to help them out.
We are working for solutions, support housing and bridge housing for families and individuals who are living on the streets. I can say it in English and Spanish too. Okay. Nosotros también estamos trabajando en soluciones para proteger y mantener a las familias en los hogares. Y por eso nosotros sabemos que una estabilidad en la renta va a evitar que el número de personas sin hogar crezca no solamente en el condado de Los Ángeles, sino también en todo el estado de California. Estamos sabiendo que las familias están recibiendo aumentos en sus rentas sin escrúpulos y aumentos desmedidos tan solo porque está el bill AB 1482. Este bill va a ser bueno para las familias para pero hasta en enero. So, necesitamos su participación y necesitamos que sean parte de las ciudades como Culver City, como Santa Mónica, como Pasadena, como Alhambra, como Baldwin Park, que están creando medidas y órdenes de estabilizar la renta y prohibir las evicciones o los desalojos sin una causa justa. Lo están haciendo para proteger a sus constituyentes y también para evitar que esta masa de números de familias quede en la calle como resultado de este bill.
We need to work with the families in their homes to bring stability to their homes. Otherwise, this problem will grow and will become a state problem in the whole state of California. We know about this increase, we have heard about this unscrupulous increase in the rent that is coming with this law AB 1482. And we need your participation to put a stop to it. It has been done in cities like Culver City, Santa Monica, Baldwin Park, Pasadena, but to protect the residents.
Sabemos afortunadamente que Downey tiene muchas organizaciones que están proveyendo servicios y también tenemos servicios a través de la medida H. Desafortunadamente, estos servicios no proveen vivienda ni rescatan a las familias de perder un hogar. Agradecemos mucho. Yo soy voluntaria en en otras organizaciones que proveemos comida, pero nada menos ahorita comentaba con otro de los residentes de Baldwin Park que nos sentimos con las manos atadas cuando viene una familia o una persona de la tercera edad a pedirnos ayuda para una vivienda y nosotros aún cuando queremos de corazón ayudarlos, como yo sé que muchos de ustedes lo hacen, no podemos hacerlos, estamos con las manos atadas.
We know that Downey has some services to help these people. There is a Measure H, but unfortunately, as much as we like to help, and we do help, there are situations where we have our hands tied. When we have people, families or people from senior citizens who come and have different problems, every time we face a situation involving a residence, we have our hands tied. There's not much we can do for them.
Nosotros les pedimos que pasen una medida urgente de estabilización en la renta porque es una crisis de vivienda la que tenemos en el estado y más en el condado de Los Ángeles. Desafortunadamente Downey también es parte de esta estadística y tienen 186 personas ya viviendo en la calle. Sí, reciben servicios pero no tienen un hogar y un hogar es lo más importante para cada uno de nosotros. Gracias.
We ask you to enact or to stabilize rent because rent is not only a problem in the state but also in LA County, and we as it is we have 186 people in Downey living on the street, and we need to do something about it. Thank you.
I say one urgency rent stabilization as measure to keep these families in home. Thank you.
Next. Yes.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Omaira Cruz. Soy esposa de un veterano retirado y deshabilitado de 73 años y de un hijo con problemas mentales. En realidad no debiera estar aquí ahora, sino estar allá con ellos, pero el propósito mío es compartir con los inquilinos del Eden Rock que nos quieren subir la renta más de lo que ya no la subieron. De repente nos subieron $350, eso nunca se había visto. Y ahora quiere o que nos vamos a acomodar a unos $1,900 de renta, quizás $2,000, y no estamos en condiciones para pagar ese dinero. Entonces, queremos saber qué ustedes, señores del Consejo, y el señor alcalde que se fue, qué pueden hacer por nosotros, por esta comunidad, porque si no hacen algo, va a pasar lo que está pasando en Los Ángeles o en muchas ciudades, cantidad de gente en las calles, sin un techo donde vivir. ¿Por qué? Porque llega el momento en que no tenemos con qué pagar la renta. Hay mucha gente con niños pequeños. Se pueden dar cuenta ahora que hay mucho niño aquí. ¿Por qué? Porque las mamás no tienen con quién dejarlos y están luchando por esto, porque ustedes hagan algo por nosotros. Son los únicos que pueden hacer algo por nosotros. Así que esperamos que nos colaboren.
Good evening, my name is Chaira Cruz, and I'm a wife of a 73-year-old veteran and a child with mental health issues. In fact, I should be home taking care of them. I'm here to address the issue that they're increasing the rent. I also live in Little Rock, and the rent has been increased more than ever. It went up to $360, and the way it's going, it will probably reach $1,900. We can't pay this. And you and the mayor who's absent, who's not here, I want to ask you, what are you going to do to address this issue? Or else it's going to be like in LA. We won't be able to pay, and we will be on the street. You see many children here, and you might ask yourselves, why are there so many children here? And the reason is because their parents can't afford to leave them with someone else. And that's the reason why. And that's it.
Thank you. Next.
¿Puede tomar pausas? Porque la traducción no está bien. No lo están traduciendo exactamente. Entonces tome pausas cada minuto para que lo traduzcan.
Mi nombre es Guillermina Flores. Tengo 2 hijos, uno de 17 y uno de 13. Y ahorita en esta situación, creo que ojalá y ustedes nunca estén en la situación de nosotros, o que sus hijos se despierten y les digan, el de 13 años, mamá, yo me voy a poner a trabajar un part-time. No.
Good evening. My name is Villamina Flores, and I have a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old boys. I hope you never in the situation where I am, where your 13-year-old boy tells you, Mom, I'm gonna look for a part-time job to work.
Cuando ellos tienen que preocuparse por estudiar. Y yo quisiera llegarles con una respuesta. Ellos me están hablando. ¿Qué está pasando? No sé. Por favor, que tengamos una respuesta antes del Thanksgiving. Es todo, gracias.
When, in fact, all they have to do is go to study. I have no answer, and I need an answer. Please, let's have an answer before Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to talk to the council again. My name is Alex Contreras. I live here in Downey. I think it's really important to stress the moment that the city leadership has to enact progressive protections for the city of Downey's residents. We can do, you guys have the power to look at what other cities have done, make your own unique mark on it that will save and protect so many people's lives here in this room. as I stressed the urgency before, when people don't have places to live, they will live in their cars, they'll live in the streets, they'll couch surf, and it's not a fun way to live. I, as a college student, had to live that for a brief while. It's not fun, it's not enjoyable. And so in terms for a policy position, one recommendation I would make is making the no-fault eviction retroactive, as is similar to the state law of March 15th. So that way we could protect people who had been evicted sooner, who didn't know their rights as tenants. I have spoken to people who will be evicted November 15th because and the only reason this is happening is because the city council still hasn't acted yet. You guys can have the power. You guys have the power to make it happen. You guys have the power to make it quickly. And this is a moral judgment call. This is what this comes down to. Not just a policy issue, but a moral judgment call. And at the end of the day, can you guys say that you made the right moral judgment call for the people that you have been elected to serve? So once again, I'm stressing this issue to happen as quickly, as urgently as possible. And also take into consideration other issues that within policy, making this retroactive to March 15th to prevent and capture anyone who might have been left out of the net. Thank you for your time, and please, I urge you to take action on this as soon as possible.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Abel Dominguez. I am a resident of Downey for the last 10 years. I always get nervous when I stand in front of a crowd, so please bear with me. I'm not here tonight for you guys to take pity on me personally or my fellow neighbors. I'm here to explain the situation that we're going through. Personally, I'm able every month to save $3,500 of my earned income. I save $3,500. $1,500 on top of the 35 has to go to my rent. My rent was increased by 25.22% within the last 4 months. It's at the point where Windstar Properties, they've gone so out of control. It's a weekly hassle with them. They're constantly calling, knocking on my door, asking me to move out. I was given a 10-day period to move out. I pay my rent on time every month. I'd rather go without a car, without cable, without internet, so I could save for my retirement. I could do public transportation. I don't have a problem with it. I have a daughter. My money goes to my daughter and to my rent. My rent gets paid on the very first day of every month. I've been there for 10 years, and even though I pay my rent on time, they're constantly knocking on my door. We've actually, personally, I've asked Ruby, who's a representative of Windstar, to come down to City Hall. We've tried having a civilized conversation with her. She won't have it. She refuses to hear us out. I'm here tonight to ask you guys to please, please, please help us out with the moratorium. I can't afford to go to the streets. I have money saved up for my retirement. I'm at the point where if I have to, I will buy an RV and I will park my ass in front of the mayor's house if I have to. I don't feel like I should have to do that because that money's for my retirement. I'm one of the few people for my neighbors that I'm actually able to save money. But if I have to, I will buy that RV and I will park my ass in front of them. 1 week in front of his house, 1 week in front of your house, your house, your house, and your house. Every November, you guys want to get elected. You guys came, you guys knocked on people's doors. You guys solicited from the Downey residents to vote for you. You guys make promises. They go up into thin air. It pisses me off when I sit here and I see the mayor laughing, giggling. He makes jokes. If this was really important to him, he would have placed it on number 1. The only reason he moved it from number 19 up to number 1, because he probably got sick and tired of hearing us. I've been here since day number 1. As a Mexican American, I'm proud to see you guys up there. I may not know what particular race you are, but I could tell maybe 1 or 2 of you guys are Latino. And I'm proud of you guys sitting up there. I voted for you guys. I'm not going to say who I voted for up there, but I did vote. I've been exercising my right to vote since the minute I turned 18, and I'm not the kind of person that just goes down to the local voting hall and vote at random. I don't do that. I actually take my sweet time, and supposedly I did my homework. But I'm at the point now where I think I've made a mistake. I feel like you guys aren't doing your job. And I know you guys are probably sick and tired of us, because I'm here every other week. I'll wake my ass up at 2:30 in the morning, because I have to be at work at 3. I work from 3 in the morning to 5 p.m. And I do it for my daughter because I'm a single parent. It's at the point now where my daughter starts crying. She's like, Dad, are we gonna get kicked out? I'm like, you know what? My rent's paid on time. We get harassed by the management company. But like I told them, if I really have to, send me the eviction notice. I could sit my ass in your property for 6 months and not pay a single cent. Piss me off, and I could guarantee I will sit my ass in your property for 6 months and I don't care. I was planning on buying a home, but it's getting so out of control here in Downey. And the reason I stay in Downey is because my daughter went to school here from kindergarten, middle school, and she plans on going to high school here. But it's at the point now where I don't think I should be investing my money in Downey no more. If you guys don't feel like you guys could help us out, because that's the way it is. Right here, I could guarantee, I'm not gonna point a finger, but I could guarantee I know one of you guys is not gonna vote for it, and I already know who it is. But like I said, if you guys wanna be sitting in that particular cushy little seat, you guys need to do what's right for your fellow Downey residents. Take the time to listen to our complaints. I invite you guys to come to my apartment. My apartment's in good condition because I invest my own money to keep the apartment in good condition because the owner won't do shit about it.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Rosario Sandoval. Sorry, very short. So I wrote this in my class. And I'm happy to share this. At this point, I'm very exhausted and with so many questions and no answers. I live at Eden Rock, which is now called Wingstar. The reason for my visit is to stop the increase of rent control. The new property owner is unaware on how out of control this amount of rent has cost us. Wingstar has increased the rent within the last few months back in August, which has left us paying for a one-bedroom apartment 3 times more than what we used to pay before. Therefore, the building which is very devastating to say had 114 tenants, and now we are down to half. For the tenants that left, they got offered an inadequate amount of money of only $4,500. The other portion was only doubled, and that's still not enough to leave the only home they know. Many of us try to speak to Ruby Batar, the new owner, about repairs, and also demanded our old and new contract, but still haven't gotten any response or an email back. No repair has been done properly, so the owner got cited. Recently, we received an email stated that we are going to be charged $125 more on top of the increase of rent for an assigned parking spaces. And all, to be honest, I don't know if it's gonna be for just a 1 or 2 bedroom, each 125, or for whoever lives there, according to my knowledge. And all we had to do is sign on the bottom that would include our new lease. So the reason we are here is to find the solution for many of us to not be this place solely because we cannot afford the cost of living. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mia Martinez, and I'm a resident here in Downey, California. I'm actually really disappointed that the mayor had to step out because I was going to address him directly. I'm here to support my community members from Eden Rock tenants and their request for the emergency moratorium for the no-fault evictions. Mayor Rick Rodriguez welcomed me into this community when he addressed the new homeownership partners with Habitat for Humanity. In his welcome speech, he acknowledged and praised Habitat for Humanity for their efforts to provide homeownership opportunities for families like mine who were struggling to maintain adequate housing due to the rising costs of rent. You all have an opportunity here before you to show the community that you serve that you still believe housing is important, as Mayor Rick Rodriguez stated in his speech that day. Housing is a human right, and our neighboring cities agree and have passed emergency moratoriums. Why haven't we? I don't want to see my neighbors and their children outside in tents because they get evicted. We can't turn our backs on their neighbors. We shouldn't turn our backs on our children, on their children, excuse me. We're better than this, and all I'm asking you today is to prioritize people over profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Raul Navarez. I live at 9436 Brookshire Avenue. I've been living in Downey for 25 years. I've been here for listening to everyone for about, I don't know, a couple hours. And it seems like everyone wants you to be their social worker, mental health professional, eviction judges, health department. You don't have to take any of that on. I implore you not to take any of that on, because it seems like half the people here don't realize that there's already rent control. The state did it, and we're all subject to it, whether we believe in it or not. So it's here. I have to tell you that yesterday I was at Porto's, and that's why I'm here now, and I saw a cheap media publicity stunt there. I was having a coffee, and I seen like a, I don't know if it was Telemundo, I forgot which station. They were complicit with an organized effort there to have kids used as props. I saw them pop open a tent. They put a tent there. They grabbed a few kids. They put them in the tent. Then they had the news media come up, and one of the reporters got inside the tent with them. I don't know if it's to make it look like they live in a tent. I don't know what that was all about, but they were being used as props. I asked about 3 or 4 people there, where they lived. Not one of them gave me a Downey address. I've been living here 25 years. I know all the streets here. Not one of them gave me a Downey. So I'm imploring you guys not to be influenced by outside agitating activists with agendas that who knows what they are. Just work for the city of Downey. City of Downey's behind you. The people are here, good people. I don't know how many of these people actually live here. I didn't see one give an actual address. I saw one give an actual address. They come up here, give you a name, say they live here. I don't know if they live here or not. But you don't have to take any of this on. This, the state of California has imposed rent control. It starts on January 1, whatever. Whether we believe in it or not, we're going to be subject to it. If someone has roaches in their house, they can call the health department. Somebody's not paying the rent or don't want to pay the rent and claim uninhabitable place, they can always take the landlord to court. So none of that has anything to do with you guys. So just do what's right for the city, and that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I want to remind the audience again, be mindful of other speakers. Don't boo, let them speak as they let you all speak. Be respectful. That includes the person that just booed. Please be respectful. I'd like to have the next speaker.
No, you don't. You're being disruptive.
Next speaker, please.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Villagómez. Tengo viviendo 23 años aquí en Downey. Tengo 23 años viviendo aquí en Downey. Referente a lo que el señor dijo, que uno pone a los niños allí, eso es mentira. Yo a mi hijo lo cargo conmigo, lo llevé, mas no le dije, toma, está chiquito, ni modo que le dijera, toma mi hijo, agarra esto y ponte a gritar, que paren de subirnos la renta. No.
Good evening. My name is Maria Villagomez, and I've been living in Downey for 23 years. In regards to what that gentleman said, that's all a lie. I have my kid here with me, and I have not taken him there to give him instructions on what to do or to start screaming. Nothing like that.
Nosotros fuimos porque quisimos hablar con Ruby, la representante de Edenron, llegar a un acuerdo con ella, no quiso, dijo, si tienen arreglos, pónganlos por emails, o tienen mi número, no tienen que hablarle a la ciudad, si tienen cucarachas, no le hablen a la ciudad, pónganlo allí. Y se paró y se fue, allí nos dejó como tontos.
We wanted to speak with Ruby, but she didn't want to hear us. She told us that if you have roaches, no need to call the city. Just send us an email or call us this number, but no need to call the city. There's no need for that.
Iba a decir más cosas, pero ya se me olvidó, ¿verdad? Nomás lo que les quiero pedir, que por favor nos ayuden. El Señor yo creo ha de tener mucho dinero, Él sí puede pagar renta, nosotros no. O es como dicen, inversionista, de tener sus propios apartamentos, no le conviene que haya control de renta.
I was going to say more, but I forgot. Please help us out. That gentleman, maybe he can afford to pay his rent, but we can't. Or maybe he's an investment. He has investments, and he has his own complex of apartments or something. We don't.
Y también le quiero dar las gracias por vernos apoyado, por haber ido allí, ¿verdad, señor?
And I would like to thank him for having helped us and for being there, Sean Ashton.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Carmen Rojas. Dale las gracias aquí al señor cónsul que hizo algo por la vigilia de anoche, estuvo presente, nos ayudó, nos prometió seguir ayudándonos y con la ayuda de Dios lo va a hacer de corazón. Vengo a pedirles el stop de los 60 días y el stop del desalojo de tantas personas con niños y tantas personas que estamos sufriendo por la desgracia de la renta que tenemos tan arriba. Gracias a Dios, como dicen ustedes cuando se paran a orar, comenzando por la señora Pacheco y el señor cónsul de esta ciudad, que dicen pero no hacen. Llevamos 4 veces viniendo aquí y no nos han escuchado, ni con la suba de la renta, ni con la ley para hacer un stop en las rentas. No nos han ayudado para nada. Las cucarachas en los apartamentos del Higo Road sobran, se cocinan solitas y dicen, oh, es que fuimos pero no están. No, el señor manager Andrés Delgado va cambiando sus historias con las personas que viven ahí. Les lleva las cartas de los 60 días.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Rojas, and I want to thank the council member because he was there yesterday to support us, and we were there. We're here to stop this 60-day law and this eviction of families with children. You mention God every time, and thank God, Ms. Pacheco and Mr. Council, we are here for the 4th time to address this issue of rent increase. We have to enact a law to stop the increase. The places where we live the roaches are in abundance, and they cook themselves. And Andrés Delgado changes his versions or his stories all the time.
les lleva las cartas de los 60 días y les dice, o salen antes de los 60 días o yo tengo amigos sheriff de Downey. Los amigos sheriff de Downey vienen y lo sacan. Eso es una desgracia. ¿Por qué? Porque los está amenazando, los está frustrando.
He gives them 60-day letters and tell them to leave. If they give him this, he gives them the 60-day letter, also warns them, you either leave or I have friends with the Downey Sheriff's Department and they will come here and evict you. And he is threatening them.
¿A cuál de ustedes les gustaría que no estar parados y sentados en esas sillas, sino que les pasara lo que les está pasando a tanta gente en el edificio Igor Roth?
Which one of you, how many of you would like, instead of being sitting there or standing there in those chairs, to go through what the people are going through in the apartment complex of Eagle Rock?
Necesitamos que se haga un stop a los 60 días y que no desalojen las personas.
We need to put a stop to the 60-day thing and stop the eviction of these people.
Ustedes son 9, cónsul. Pueden hacer una votación y pueden firmarla aunque el alcalde no esté.
You are 9 council members, and you can go through a vote, and you can sign it although the mayor is not present.
Hay una cosa muy importante. No necesitamos el alcalde, necesitamos los cónsules que están aquí, que es mayoría.
There's one thing that is important. We don't need the mayor. We need the council members who are here, and that represents a majority.
Tenemos algo muy importante, que ustedes en este momento, la señora Pacheco tiene edificios, tiene rentas, el alcalde tiene edificios y tiene rentas, gente que renta, gente que trabaja para ustedes, para llenarle los bolsillos. Nosotros ganamos el mínimo y a veces ni el mínimo en el día. A veces ni hay días de trabajo. ¿Les gustaría eso?
We have important things. Ms. Pacheco and the mayor, they own buildings and they have rents who fill their pockets. We don't have any of that. We sometimes make the minimum wage and sometimes not even that. There are days when we don't have work. Would you like that?
¿Van a hacer lo mismo que hace Trump?
Could
¿Lo
we,
mismo? ¿Vamos a dejar?
Just a minute. Can we
Un
stop the
momento.
timer? Can we stop the
Estoy
timer?
hablando.
No,
Un
we just
momento.
lost
No.
our
Hold on.
quorum.
No, hold on.
Vamos un momento.
Hold
Drone.
on. Hold on.
Ya.
Hold on. The time. Stop.
We had to stop because
El tiempo se venció por ahora.
Councilwoman from
Pero
Meta,
seguimos. Porque
Council-
aquí vamos a seguir parados hasta que nos firmen los 60 días stop y el desalojo. Eso es lo que tenemos que tener. Todos los que estamos aquí, más la gente que no ha venido y que está viviendo pagando rentas.
Alicia, let's just
No,
continue.
no
Let's
es un
continue.
stop.
Go into
Es
the
un
restroom.
stop para Downey. Nosotros somos Downey. Nosotros somos la ciudad de Downey. Ustedes son los consejeros de Downey, los mayors. Pero ustedes no hacen nada por Downey. Porque las calles las arregla con el dinero del gobierno, no con el dinero de esta ciudad. Todas las calles que se están arreglando en este momento es dinero del gobierno, del señor gobernador, que entrega a las ciudades. Igual que da dinero para las escuelas, igual que da dinero para las ayudas de las familias. Y digan sí o digan no. En cualquier país es así. Y aquí en Downey nos dan millones para que hagan algo por la gente y en este momento no lo están haciendo. Y puede haber apagado el micrófono, porque usted sabe español y la señora sabe español. Y aquí hay muchos de ustedes que saben español. Vamos a luchar como pueblo a tener lo que necesitamos, porque son 9 votos y no necesitamos el alcalde. Y gracias, porque usted, Pacheco, es hija de latinos. Y el alcalde es hijo de latinos.
I I stopped taking notes when it expired. But briefly, I'm going to say that you're going to have to stop that 60-day and stop the eviction. There are people here with children who need your help. It's 9 of you, and you can vote. You don't need the mayor. And are you becoming, or else you will be becoming like Trump. You're using the money. The money comes to fix the streets, and all that comes from somewhere else, not from us.
Council members, just a reminder, since there's only 3 of you here, that's your quorum. If one leaves, everything must stop until you come back. So just a reminder.
So hold it.
That's right.
I couldn't hold it.
Well, we can always take a recess if we need to.
You
but
need a recess.
No, let's.
But you know,
power through.
I just want the community to know that once we lose one, we have to stop until they come back, and then we have our quorum again. Then we can start again.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Vera. Ya he estado parada aquí en algunas otras ocasiones y lo único que les quiero pedir es lo mismo que les he venido pidiendo. Una moratoria de emergencia. No queremos esperar hasta el 1 de enero porque para nosotros no hay tiempo. Nuestro tiempo se termina y se termina ya. Mi tiempo de estar en mi casa se venció el 30 de octubre y he tenido que estar, no sé si violando la ley, no sé exactamente qué es lo que está pasando conmigo, pero estoy esperando otro proceso que no sé ni qué viene, pero me tiene asustada, igual que a mi familia, igual que a mis hijas, y lo único que les pediría es que firmen una moratoria de emergencia para que nos puedan ayudar a todos. Pues es todo, muchas gracias, no les quito mucho su tiempo y que tengan buenas noches.
Good evening, my name is Maria Vera. I've been here on 3 occasions prior. All I'm here to ask is to sign a moratorium before January 1st. My time was October 30th, and I don't know if I'm breaking the law already or not. I don't know. And all I'm asking you is to sign it. And I thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches. Creo que ya me conocen. He venido 4 veces, creo, y sigo pidiendo lo mismo. Ahora me dio, no sé si gusto o tristeza que este señor se exprese así de nosotros, cuando ni siquiera tiene la remota idea de lo que realmente nosotros estamos pasando.
I think I've been here 4 times before and asking the same thing. I don't know if I find pleasure or sadness when I hear the gentleman who mentioned us. And it's really difficult because I don't think he has the slightest idea what we're going through.
No sé si darle las gracias, porque gracias a este señor separaron 2 de mis compañeras que estamos pasando por el mismo problema.
I don't know if I should thank him because after he spoke, 2 of my friends got up, 2 friends of mine who are going through the same problem.
Qué tristeza que para mí es algo tan importante lo que estábamos haciendo ayer, que para otros sea una burla.
How sad, because to me it was so important what we were doing yesterday, and I can't believe he made fun of it.
Hasta cierto modo lo entiendo y lo comprendo de ustedes, que quizás no tienen, no sé si el corazón o las ganas de hacerlo, o no pueden realmente hacerlo.
I understand your position because maybe you don't have the desire or the heart to do it or don't know how to do it, or maybe you can't do it.
Sé que mi tiempo es poco, pero quiero aclararles que ¿creen ustedes justo que se haya reído de una familia que solo estaba mostrando lo que nos viene a futuro. Muchísimas gracias. Quiero darle las gracias a usted porque nos acompañó. Con nosotros. Muchas gracias. Gracias porque a usted sí lo hemos sensibilizado. A lo mejor no es que a ustedes no, a lo mejor no pueden o no quieren, pero sí, mi hijo hoy venía con mucho gusto que iba a conocer al Señor. ¿Qué pasó? Se fue antes de conocerlo y se va con la tristeza de no poder hacerlo. Ayer dijo, ¿algo va a cambiar? No cambió nada. Nos vamos igual. O más triste de cómo llegamos. Perdón.
I know I have limited time, and you think
Hey, cut it out, you guys.
you think it's just to laugh about us, and it's not right. I want to thank you because you have sensibilized yourself and you have supported us and showed up yesterday. My son was very happy today because he knew he was going to have an opportunity to meet you, but unfortunately he had to leave without meeting you. And yesterday we did something, we were happy about this, and we're here today and hoping that something would change, but nothing has changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Soledad Hernández. Yo no sé a ese señor qué le hicimos. Desde ayer nos está faltando respeto en Portos. Sería bonito para ustedes quedarse desde las 11 de la mañana hasta hoy a las 8 de la mañana y ya alguien como él nos está faltando al respeto. ¿Dónde está la policía de Downey? Nosotros a él no le hicimos nada, ni lo conocemos y desde ayer en Portos nos está faltando al respeto. ¿A ustedes les gustaría que alguien que no los conoce llegara a faltarles a su respeto por estar haciendo algo para nuestros hijos?
Good evening. My name is Soledad Hernandez, and I don't know who that gentleman is. I can't believe what he said yesterday when we were at Portos. Since then, he's been making fun of us and being aggressive. We spent there from 11 a.m. till 8 a.m. today, and we didn't do anything to him. Do you think it's right? It's just for him to show this lack of respect towards us? We haven't done anything to him. Where's the police when he shows this lack of respect towards us?
Porque nosotros ya tenemos bastante con estar siendo ahí intimidados por el manager. Nosotros ya no podemos ni salir por los pasillos porque ya nos están esperando para decirnos que nos dan dinero para irnos. ¿A dónde nos vamos a ir si nosotros no tenemos a dónde irnos? Nosotros vivimos pagando renta honradamente. Nosotros no hacemos daño a nadie, mucho menos a esa persona que está ahí que ni la conocemos. Nosotros pensamos que ese señor no tiene sentimientos.
Because we have enough, we go through enough intimidation by the manager. Every single time we go into the hallways, they approach us and they offer us money to go somewhere else. Where are we gonna go? We live there, we pay our rent, and we don't do anything to him.
La única persona que nos hizo sentir personas como seres humanos aquí en la ciudad de Downey es ese señor. Es el único.
The only person who made us feel like humans is that gentleman. The only one.
Gracias, les quiero dar las gracias. Nosotros no somos gente que venimos a hacerle daño ni a ustedes ni a faltarles al respeto. Si ustedes no nos quieren ayudar, pues, ¿qué podemos hacer? Gracias.
We're here to thank you for that, and we're not here to show you lack of respect, and if there's nothing you can do, what are we going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mireya Lizarrarás. Tengo viviendo aquí en Downey 25 años. Yo solo quiero pedirles que nos ayuden, no que nos aplasten, porque a veces entre nosotros mismos nos aplastamos en ver ayudarnos. Por eso yo les quiero pedir a cada uno de ustedes, con el respeto que se merece cada uno, que nos ayuden. Por favor, se los pido de todo corazón, porque a veces el mundo da tantas vueltas que a lo mejor, no digo este año o el otro, pero un nieto, un hijo, esté aquí como nosotros parados, que sea de ustedes. Claro que no les merezco nada, no les deseo nada a cada uno de ustedes, nada malo. Que mejor que Dios bendiga a cada uno de ustedes y que nos ayuden, que se toquen el corazón para ayudarnos. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Good evening. My name is Mireya Lizarraga, and I've been here for 25 years, and I'm here to ask you to help us, not to push us down. We respectfully ask you for your help. Life goes around, and things turn around in a way that sometimes you can expect. Can you imagine your son or your grandson eventually being here in this position like us? So I don't wish you any ill feelings. I wish you the best. God bless you, and I hope you can help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Belma Baltasar. Yo creo que sí me han de recordar. Antes que nada, le quiero dar gracias al cónsul Ashton, que ayer se tomó la molestia, que es un día feriado, de salir de su casa, dejar a su familia y unirse con nosotros. Saludar a nuestros niños. Él pasó y saludó a cada persona de mano. Y no saben el impacto que solamente él hizo en mi niña de 8 años. Porque cuando ella lo miró, aparentemente yo la miré y no tuvo reacción. Pero cuando llegamos a la casa me dijo, mami, ¿te fijaste que uno de los concejales estaba ahí? Ella estaba emocionada porque me dijo, ¿ves? Sí nos van a ayudar. Él es solamente uno. Imagínense el impacto que ustedes van a causar en cada niño. No le voy a decir en nosotros los adultos, en cada niño que está en el hogar hoy en día, de familias que ya están afuera, familias que están viviendo en la calle o que están a punto. Por favor, esta noche es lo único que yo les pido, que sean el ejemplo de los niños que nosotros estamos criando, para que ellos un día tengan la oportunidad de ser como ustedes y puedan ayudar a los que vienen atrás, que sean buenos seres humanos, sean el ejemplo de ellos. Yo tengo una hija de 24 años que hoy trabaja en la escuela Warren y trabaja con niños especiales. Me siento muy orgullosa de ella porque ella está empezando a ayudar a su gente. Ella estudió aquí, ella nació aquí, estudió en todas las escuelas de Downey, se graduó de la Warren. Por favor, es lo único que les pido, que nos ayuden, que lo pongan en su agenda, que esta noche se vayan con su familia y no se olviden de nosotros, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emma Baltazar, and I want to thank Council Ashton for being there yesterday. It was a holiday. You had to leave your family, and you came and united with us, shaking our hands and being with us. And that has caused a great impact on my 8-year-old daughter. Once we got home, she told me, Mom, did you see? One of the council members was there, she told me. And she told me, they're going to help us, because you were there. You can imagine every child and families who are almost out of their homes, You can be an example tonight. You can be an example for every child in Downey to help others. Maybe in the future they will follow your example and be helpful to others. Be an example. I have a 24-year-old daughter who works at Warren School. She helps with children with mental health, and I'm very proud she graduated here in Downey. I'm very proud of her, and I want to give the opportunity to the young one. Please help us out. Put us in your agenda. Help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Ángeles Campos. Soy también inquilina de ahí de Eden Rock. Qué bueno que haya personas así como el señor, porque le sacan a uno el coraje y lo hacen a uno hablar. Qué bueno. Me motivó y solo quiero decirle al señor que lo que pasó ayer no es una realidad aún, fue una recreación. ¿Okay? Pero yo creo que tiene la cabeza un poquito cerrada, que no logró captar el concepto. Pero si las cosas siguen sin ustedes hacer algo, ayudarnos, esa va a ser la realidad.
Good evening. My name is Angeles Campos, and I'm also a tenant at El Rock. In regards to that gentleman, I'm thankful that there are people like that gentleman, because that force you to want to speak. And although what happened yesterday is not a reality yet, it was a recreation, but it will take place soon.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, señores, ¿cuántas familias más necesitan ser desalojadas para que ustedes pongan atención a lo que está pasando?
I ask you folks, how many more families need to be evicted in order for you to realize what's going on?
Ustedes tienen los conocimientos y el poder legal para poder hacer algo. Que no lo quieren hacer es otra cosa. No sé si porque hay conflicto de intereses o qué es el problema. No entiendo qué es lo que los detiene a ustedes. Se supone que ustedes están ahí de alguna manera para proteger a toda la comunidad, no a unos cuantos, ¿ok? Porque acuérdense que no nada más una parte de Downey es la que cuenta, todos contamos. Y así como nosotros podemos darle de alguna manera buen prestigio, también podemos desprestigiarlos.
I ask you, how many more families need to be out in order for you to respond? You have the knowledge, you have the legal power to do something about it. I don't know what stops you, what prevents you from doing it. Remember that you're here to help not only a few, but to everyone.
Señores, de verdad, los invito a que dialoguen ustedes, se sensibilicen con nosotros, dejen de calentar la silla, de verdad se los digo, porque esto a largo plazo les va a traer consecuencias.
Folks, I invite you to become more sensitive with our issues. Stop warming those chairs. Get involved, because this in the long term is going to be a very difficult issue.
Por último, quiero decirles que nosotros ya empezamos la lucha. Sabemos cuáles son nuestros derechos y cuáles son también nuestras responsabilidades. ¿Sí? Esto que empezó ayer, de alguna manera, va a seguir a más grande escala. Si tenemos que ir a protestar frente a la casa de cada uno de ustedes o acampar a la casa de cada uno de ustedes, créanme que lo vamos a hacer siempre y cuando la ley nos permita.
Finally, I want to tell you that this fight has started already, and we will act accordingly, knowing about the law and what we can do, and knowing about responsibilities. This is going to be drawn into a much larger scale, and if necessary, we're going to go and camp in front of each of your houses, if the law so allows it.
Señores, les agradezco su tiempo y los dejo para que sensibilicen con nosotros y ojalá puedan dormir tranquilos. De verdad se los digo, ojalá puedan dormir tranquilos, porque hay muchos niños, mucha gente especial, gente mayor que no duerme. Pero ojalá ustedes se sensibilicen y puedan hacer algo por nosotros, porque ustedes pueden hacerlo.
Folks, I thank you for your time, and I invite you to become sensitive with our issues with us. I hope you can go to sleep at night and quietly sleep through. There are quite a few people out who cannot sleep, but I hope you can. Thank you.
Next, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jorge Rivera. I am the Southern California Regional Coordinator for Tenants Together. Tenants Together is California's statewide organization for renters' rights. I do not live in the city, but as the Southern California Regional Coordinator, my job is to support community members in building their capacity so that they can further advocate and fight for more renter protections. Although we applaud the efforts of the state, we know that the new law is not complete, nor does it address the huge gap left for unscrupulous landlords and landlord attorneys attempting to evade the effective date. An emergency moratorium ordinance can be passed directly to reflect AB 1482 and all of its protections. It can also be retroactive to September 1st, when we already heard that the governor was going to sign this bill. It should also invalidate any 30 or 60-day notice without cause issued from September 1st, as long as the tenant stays in possession, as it was stated by your city attorney. An emergency ordinance can also implement a rent freeze, which is retroactive beginning September 1st, such as in the neighboring city of Bell Gardens and in other cities. This is one of the special protections that the city attorney alluded to. Without an emergency moratorium ordinance, you will be putting families and children, many of the ones that are here present today, at risk of being without a home during Christmas and or being without money to be able to enjoy the holidays. Without an emergency moratorium ordinance, you will be complicit in putting greedy landlords over the very people whom you've been elected to serve and represent. 15 cities across the state of California have passed this ordinance so far, 7 of which are actually voting on it tonight, 2 of whom are discussing it, for a total of 9. While I was sitting in the audience, I was looking through your housing element, which shows that over 10,000 of the 10,000 units of 15,000 rental units are rent burdened. So about 7,600 of those 15,000 units are paying more than 30% of their income toward rent, and 3,200 are paying more than 50% of their income toward rent, equivocating to about 21% of the rental housing market. You have no homeless shelters, aside from 2 private ones, which I imagine are for domestic violence victims. And we had a couple of organizations come up and talk about how they support the low-income and impoverished community by giving food and clothing. And as great as that is, it is merely a Band-Aid. At some point, we need to stop trying to pull people out of the river and go upstream and figure out where they're falling in. Food and clothing does not pay rent, and food and clothing does not protect against unjust evictions. I want to be clear that AB 1482 is not rent control, as it has been referred to throughout the night. 8.3% annually as a rent increase, as someone pointed out earlier, is more than a fair return on your investment. This is an urgent matter, and as the statewide organization for tenants' rights, our attorney network were the ones that actually drafted the very first ordinance that was put into effect. Our attorneys are the ones that have drafted every other ordinance that has been put into effect. And so we are very clear as to what you can and you cannot do, and you do have the ability to protect these renters against unjust evictions up until December 31st. You are not passing rent control, and AB 1482 is not rent control. What you're doing is you're protecting them from a loophole that was left by the governor and the people that authored this bill that did not take it into account, and now these landlords and their landlord attorneys that are going around conducting seminars for the California Apartment Association, directing them on how to evict people within 60 days before this law goes to effect, those are the ones that you're protecting them from. So we urge you to pass an emergency moratorium on evictions for the renters of Downey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening, council members. My name is Faraz. I'm a fellow Downey resident. I just want to say first off that even though that I strongly support the moratorium of the no-fault evictions, I just want to give my peace of mind on the matter. Even though for me, I personally don't have rent, I pay towards a mortgage, I still strongly support, I mean, not only me, but my family, and I'm sure the good majority of Downians that cares about their well-being of their neighbors, they support you and your cause as well. And I just want to say that I'm strong support of the council members here passing the no fault moratorium. But also, not only that, but I'm also worried that from what I've been hearing is that people are being price gouged out of their apartments before the January 1st. So if it's possible, if not only if you conclude in the moratorium a provision to base the rent on the March 2019, just like AB 1482, but instead of waiting till January 1st for it to take an effect immediately as well, because the last thing we want is for landowners to find loopholes, not only at the no-fault evictions, but also in the price gouging. And price gouging in itself is already illegal, especially when there's a natural disaster or some emergency and they price gouge food, water, but also shelter is necessary to live as well. So if we're noticing that price gouging is happening, then we should also include that in the no-fault moratorium as well. And lastly, I just want to say that from what I understand, it requires 4 members. And because from what I understand, Rick Rodriguez has to excuse himself, then that only leaves Alex Saab to complete the 4. So, but because he's not here, I'm worried about we have to wait another 2 weeks before we pass the no-fault eviction moratorium. So I'm not sure if it's possible, if there's some way to have an emergency meeting, maybe not wait the 2 weeks, maybe as soon as Alex is available, have an emergency meeting. I mean, if there's an emergency disaster or catastrophe that happens, wouldn't the city of Downey be able to have an emergency meeting of some sorts? I mean, I just want to know if it's possible, just not wait 2 weeks, but happen as soon as possible. So that's just my peace of mind on the matter, and I hope you support, at the very minimum, the no-fault evictions moratorium. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we proceed on to the next speaker, I do need to take a small break. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting. I'd like the next speaker to please approach. Welcome.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Carlos Rojas y vivo en la ciudad de Downey hace 20 años, en esta bella ciudad de Downey y hermosa ciudad de Downey, hasta hoy, hasta este año.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Carlos Rojas, and I've been living in the city of Downey for 20 years, in this beautiful city of Downey for 20 years until this year.
¿Por qué digo hasta hoy? Porque hasta hoy se nos ha venido formando un caos que nadie se lo imaginaba, nadie lo pensaba.
Why do I say until today? It's because today this chaos has developed that no one foresaw. No one could see it before.
Y estamos en las manos de ustedes. ¿Por qué digo en las manos de ustedes? Porque yo sé que ustedes pueden.
We're in your hands. And why do I say that we're in your hands? It's because I know you can.
Porque así como nosotros estamos unidos, yo creo que ustedes también se pueden unir a ayudarnos, echarnos la mano.
As well as much as we are united, I think that you can also unite and give us a hand.
Porque ustedes, ahora que se termine esta reunión, cuando lleguen a sus casas, se van a poner a pensar, van a decir, sí podemos, sí lo podemos hacer, sí los podemos ayudar. Y les pedimos de todo corazón que se pongan la mano en el pecho y digan, Dios mío, sí podemos. Dios mío, ¿por qué no lo hacemos? Si lo podemos hacer, ¿por qué no lo hacemos?
Because after this meeting is over, you're gonna go home and you're gonna think about it. And you're gonna think, yes, we can help these people. Yes, we can do it. And you're gonna put your hands in your hearts and you're gonna say, my God, why can't we do it? Why can't we help these people? Yes, we can.
Y se los pedimos de todo corazón en nombre de todo el grupo, que nos apoyen, porque si no, pues vamos a seguir viniendo y yo creo que ustedes ya no quieren, como decir, vaya a estarnos oyendo, estarnos viendo la cara cada rato, van a decir, no, esto ya nos aburrieron, ayudémoslos mejor, pongámonos de acuerdo, unámonos nosotros y ayudemos.
And we ask
Muchas
you,
gracias.
and we ask you to do this because I know you can do it, and otherwise you are gonna continue seeing us because we're gonna keep coming back. We're gonna keep coming back, and until you get together and unite and decide to help us. And I know that you don't want to see us. We probably are boring to you by now, but we will keep on coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rodrigo Sánchez. Soy inquilino de Eden Rock desde ya hace 17 años. Nunca había visto tantos problemas como los que están surgiendo ahorita.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rodrigo Sanchez, and I'm a tenant at Elm Rock. I've been there since 17 years ago, and I've never seen situations like the one we're going through now.
Estoy aquí representando toda la comunidad de Downey, exigiendo que se firme la moratoria para que se frene el desalojo injustificado de tantos inquilinos que están sufriendo.
I'm here representing the community of Downey to ask you please to sign a moratorium to stop the unfounded or without merit, the eviction without merit.
Ustedes como representantes tienen el poder de ayudarnos. No sé qué los frene a ayudarnos. No sé si son intereses propios de alguno de ustedes, de los que están aquí. No quisiera pensar yo eso, pero tienen la obligación de ayudarnos.
You as our representatives have the ability and the obligation to help us out. I don't know of any reason why you wouldn't. I don't know if maybe there are personal reasons, but I don't want to think that there are, but you have to help us.
Me gustaría que pronto tuviéramos una respuesta de parte de ustedes. Mucha gente está sufriendo, hay muchos niños que están sufriendo, y pues voy a ser breve y pues se los dejo de tarea, como dicen en México. Pónganse las pilas, son servidores públicos, para eso se les paga, para que trabajen. Le agradezco al señor que estuvo ayer con nosotros. Thank you very much y buenas noches.
I'd like to have an answer to this issue. There are many children who are suffering, and I'll be brief. You need to get your act together and help us out. I thank you, sir, for being there last night and being identified with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yesir Arceo. Soy residente aquí en Downey desde hace 25 años. Yo no sé, por alguna razón, yo siempre les he tenido mucho miedo a los indigentes.
Good evening. My name is Yashir Aseo. I've been living in Downey for the last 25 years. And I don't know, for some reason, I was always fearful of the indigent people.
Y ahora me siento como que me voy a quedar así y tengo muchos ataques de ansiedad. Y les pido por favor que nos ayuden con la moratoria para pasar eso, el stamp de 60 días.
Now, I feel that I will become one, and because of that, I have a lot of anxiety. I'm asking you, please, to approve this moratorium dealing with the 60 days.
Se los agradecemos a nombre de todos y que pasen una feliz noche y gracias.
We thank you in the name of everyone, and I wish you a good evening, and thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Juan Francisco Vera. Vengo con el deseo, todo el deseo, todas las ganas de pedirles que nos ayuden sinceramente para que aprueben la moratoria y así mismamente puedan ayudar a tanta familia que están sufriendo por desalojo. Sinceramente les pido todo eso.
Good evening. My name is Juan Francisco Vera, and I'm here to. I wish to ask for your help to approve the moratorium. I'm asking you for it because there's so many families who need your help. I'm asking you that.
Sinceramente se los pido y voy a estar bien consciente de que ustedes pueden hacerlo y pues más que nada tenemos el grande deseo de que nos ayuden con eso y pues espero de todo corazón que pues, se lleve a cabo eso para que tantas familias queden protegidas.
Honestly, I ask you to help us with this. I am aware that you can do it. I wish that receive your help, and if you do it, so many families will be protected.
Muchas gracias por escucharme y atender mi petición. Pues Dios les ha de dar salud para que sigan ayudando a tanta persona que lo necesitan. Gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you for listening and for listening to my request, and God will give you help because you will be helping a lot of people who so need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
So there's two recurring themes that's going on. One, there's tenants here that are threatening quid pro quo that if you don't go ahead and approve this moratorium, we're going to camp in front of your yards and all this threat. And to me, that sounds like a terrorist threat. But the other thing too is that you have this owner that bought or purchased the In Rock apartments. It's not the entire city of Downey. It's only this apartment complex. They played by the rules that Gavin Newsom had passed, AB 1482. Why now is everyone trying to backpedal and say, no, let's go ahead, backdate it by March 15th to the notices to prevent us from being evicted. As long as In Park Apartments had played by the rules, then we should follow it. We shouldn't be changing the games or changing the rules around, because tenants cannot afford to live in their apartment. If I cannot afford to live in my apartment, then what I would go ahead is I would move to another city, Southgate, Huntington Park, East LA, maybe San Bernardino, where summer is cheaper. But why change the rules and fall for the people that that are making quid pro quo threats? That's what I think is very pathetic right now, with all due respect.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Muy buenas noches. ¿Puede venir, por favor? Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Muy buenas noches a todos. Yo no sé si todos ustedes saben el significado de la palabra emergencia.
Good evening to all the members of the council and to everyone else. I don't know if you know the true meaning of the word emergency or urgency, depending on the context.
Emergencia, dije. It's emergency.
Emergency.
Según la Real Academia Española y el diccionario, es un asunto o situación que requieren de una urgente atención.
Emergency, I said. According to the Royal Spanish Academy and the dictionary, it is a situation or an issue that requires immediate attention.
Considero que deben actuar sin más demora. Estamos en estado de emergencia, la ciudad de Downey.
I consider that you should act immediately without any delays. We are in a state of emergency in the city of Downey.
No nos explicamos por qué la demora.
We can't explain why is the delay.
Miembros del concilio, es urgente que pasen el moratorium porque nosotros se nos expira la noticia de 60 días el día 15. Yo pasaría a ser homeless. Jamás en mi vida. Tengo terror de ser homeless.
Members of the council, it is imperative that you pass this moratorium. The 60-day notice will expire on the 15th, and I will become a homeless individual. I never thought that I would become homeless.
Primero que todo, yo no fui al colegio ni fui a la universidad para ser una persona desafortunada, un homeless, solo porque tuve un accidente y estoy incapacitada. Yo soy una persona que tiene carácter moral, tiene valores, tiene principios, y como tal persona.
First of all, I didn't go to school nor to university to be in such situation. Because of an accident, I have become disabled, and I am a person of high morals.
Les pido el día de hoy, por favor, que tomen en consideración, yo no vivo en el Eden Rock, pero yo los apoyo a ellos. Ellos tienen niños, ellos tienen personas que son futuros residentes de Estados Unidos. Nosotros no sabemos si alguna de esas personas va a estar ocupando una silla presidencial. Nosotros estaríamos orgullosos de decir, un niño que estudió en el distrito de Downey va a ser una persona de un buen futuro. No podemos darnos el lujo de dejarlos en la calle. No sé qué pasaría con ellos, no sé, es un futuro incierto, una inseguridad. Yo ya estoy en un caos, yo no sé qué hacer. Díganme por favor ustedes, que creo que tienen educación, morales y principios, ¿qué harían en mi caso? ¿Cómo puedo ayudar a la gente? ¿Cómo me puedo ayudar yo? Si hablo con ustedes, que son los miembros del consejo, y no comprenden, no hay quórum, no vienen. Yo estoy feliz de que el mayor haya regresado, el mayor Rick Rodríguez haya regresado, y le pido a Dios que siga regresando, y le pido a Dios por su salud, porque no quiero ni le deseo el mal a ninguna persona.
I don't live in Eden Rock, but I understand them and I identify with them. Some of them have children, and they are residents of the U.S. And you can imagine what they can achieve in the future if a child of one of these children eventually becomes a person in an important position. How proud we're all going to say that child is a product of the system in Downey. I don't know, when I speak with you, and I don't know if you understand, I don't know. I don't know what else to do in order to be able to help them. I don't know.
Y no sé cómo ayudarme a mí misma, porque yo, a partir del día 15, no sé si quebranto la ley, si me voy a vivir a un carro, no sé qué hacer. Yo he pedido ayuda por todos lados, no la consigo. He ido a todos lados y muchas gracias a Mr. Ashton por su solidaridad con nosotros, y me gustaría que todos ustedes tuvieran la misma solidaridad como lo dictan los tratados de Viena en materia de derechos humanos. Todos somos humanos, todos tenemos derecho a un techo digno, a una vivienda digna, y por lo menos dar el día de gracias con un plato de comida en nuestra mesa. Muchas gracias.
I don't know how to help myself. When the 15 comes, I'll probably leave in my car, and so I'm here asking for your help. I would like to thank Mr. Ashton for his involvement and participation, and I would like to, according to the Vienna Treaty, remind you that we're all humans and we all have a right to have a roof over our heads and to live with dignity.
Les suplico que pasen el moratorio, pónganse la mano en la conciencia. No es algo fuera del otro mundo, ustedes pueden lograrlo, ustedes lo pueden hacer. Su nombre va a quedar escrito en la historia de que apoyaron a la gente que les dio el voto cuando ustedes lo necesitaron, porque yo fui una de ellas. Yo los escogí a todos y cada uno de ustedes, porque creo en ustedes. Y el día de mañana van a tener mi voto, aunque yo esté durmiendo en un carro y haya perdido. Pero si ustedes apoyan a todas las personas, yo voy a estar con ustedes. Pero necesitamos ese moratorio, por favor. Muchas gracias.
I implore you to pass the moratorium. You can do it. If you do it, your name will be inscribed in history. I voted for you, and I will continue voting for you if you do this. Even if this doesn't become a reality.
No. Even if it affects me.
Even if it affects me.
I will support Eden Rock tenants.
And I will support Eden Rock tenants.
Even if I have to sleep on my car.
Even if I have to.
forgot that part. Thank
I mean,
you.
if, sorry about that. I'm very sorry and have a good night.
Thank you.
So much.
Next.
So, good evening, council members. My name is Elsa Arce. I want to thank you, first of all, for letting me here introduce my situation earlier before the council meeting started. I wasn't aware of this whole situation with my fellow neighbors, and now I come to you and I plea with great necessity that you guys vote for this emergency ordinance. And like I emailed you guys, I have 3 kids in college, and I'm supposed to vacate by December 31st. I would hate to have my kids come home during the holidays and we have nowhere to live. I'm a hardworking single mom.
Can I have the audience please stay quiet? Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm emotional.
No, it's
but
okay.
I'm a hardworking single mom for the past 18 years. And the reason I've been able to put my kids through college is because I do pay the rent under the market value. And for the landlord to give me a no-cause eviction for no reason, paying my rent on time, I feel that it's very unjust of him to do so. So I really, truly do plea that you put it into vote as soon as possible, especially for those tenants that are being evicted way before my time, because they really need it. And I would hate to see families homeless. It's just such a devastation in the city and even in the county of California. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just a second. Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. You've already spoken, correct? Okay. Next.
En el comentario público.
Okay. Welcome.
Sí, me va a introducir Catherine, por favor.
So, acuérdate de hacer pausa porque no soy máquina.
Ok, está bien. Buenas noches otra vez, mi nombre es Mireya Guzmán. Cosa que no tuvo ni el valor de decir a aquella persona su nombre para no dirigirme directamente.
Good evening, my name is Mireya Guzman. Think that the other person that even trying to directly say his name.
Ok, primero quiero que escuchen esto. Esto pasó hoy en los apartamentos.
First of all, I just want you to hear this that happened in my the accomplice apartments today.
No se entiende lo que dice porque es una persona homeless. Está dentro de uno de los contenedores de basura.
This is a person that is actually homeless and he's making a lot of noise because he's actually inside of the container of the trash can.
Y el departamento de policía puede verificar porque la policía llegó.
And the police department can actually verify that because they went over there.
Okay, eso es parte de lo que voy a exponer a mis hijos si no pasan al moratorio. A escuchar.
That is part of the story that I am going to actually expose my sons if you guys don't pass the moratorium.
Es triste ver cómo esa persona no está capacitada mentalmente porque se miraba, lógicamente estaba drogado.
It's sad that this person we cannot see that it's capacitated to think about what's going on. ¿Cuál es lo último?
Drogado.
And it was drug out.
Okay. En ese momento mi niño estaba en el apartamento, tiene 4 años, se asustó, dijo que era un fantasma.
In that moment, my son got really scared and he thought that it was a ghost.
Imagínense si estamos en una casa de campaña o adentro de un carro. ¿Qué va a pasar?
Just imagine if we're in a tent living outside in the streets or in a car, what is going to happen?
No quiero que pase eso. No quiero escuchar eso dentro de una casa de campaña o un carro.
I just don't want that to happen. I don't want to hear that with my son if I have to be in a tent or in a car.
Y quiero, por favor, que nos tomen en cuenta, que pasen el moratorio. No es mucho lo que estoy pidiendo.
And I want you guys to please to pass the moratorium because I'm not asking a lot.
La respuesta para el señor de que alrededor está más barato, fácil. Me gusta Downey, amo a Downey y me quiero quedar en Downey.
For the person that just said that, why don't they move to another city? My response is, I love Downey. I'm going to stay Downey. And I'm going to be living in Downey.
Para la otra persona que desafortunadamente ya se fue, que no sé cómo se llama, le voy a poner apodo cobarde.
For the other person that just left, I don't know what's his name, but I'm going to give him a nickname. It's Cover.
Dijo que estábamos exponiendo a nuestros hijos y usando a nuestros hijos.
He said that we were exposing our kids and using our kids.
Yo desde las 6 de la mañana del día de ayer estuve sola, sin mis hijos. Yo no los expuse a esa hora. Yo estoy consciente que a esa hora hace frío.
I was by myself without my kids since 6 in the morning when I was camping outside, and I was not even exposing my kids at all. And it was really cold at that time, so I was not going to do it.
Ahora, él dice que estamos exponiendo a los niños. Es un simulacro. ¿No entiende esa palabra?
He was saying that we were exposing our kids, but it's not what it is. It's a simulation about what's going to happen if you guys don't do something about it.
No quiero ni exponerlos a eso. Mi niña tuvo que hablar ayer y se quebró. Sí. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene primos con una carta de 60 días ya.
My daughter she broke when she was actually confronted by the news, and she started crying because her cousins got the 60 notice to eviction, which is already the lady that already passed.
Y se quebró por la razón de que tiene miedo de que eso le pase. Y yo le dije, y está grabado, que eso no va a pasar porque su mamá va a seguir luchando para que ustedes aprueben ese moratorio.
And I told my daughter that that's not going to happen to us because me as a mom, I'm going to keep on fighting for this to make the moratorium happen.
Agradezco otra vez al señor Sean. Fue muy bonito verlo llegar, darnos la mano, poner en un momento en nuestro lugar.
I'm very thankful with Mr. Sean because he gave us our hand yesterday and he was there for us.
Por último, solamente quiero decir que ojalá voten y que el voto sea justo y que no pongan intereses de por medio o que tengan nada más familiares como con propiedades y que esos sean sus intereses personales.
I just wish you guys take a vote for this and don't put the interest of whatever you guys have in conflict of interest and put it in the side and just make a vote. That's how it is.
Buenas noches.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna do Spanish and English so that way they can understand, because I want to do myself interpretation. Okay?
Hold on just a second. Okay. Oh, he can actually translate. We have an interpreter.
Okay, sure. So he's gonna do it, or I'm gonna?
Yes, he'll do it.
I'm doing it simultaneously. You just address him in English.
You have to address me anyways, so he'll be interpreting for you.
So I'm gonna say in Spanish. That's what you're trying to tell me?
No, say it in English, because you can speak in English, right?
Yeah, but the thing is that not all of them have the equipment. Not all of them. Whatever. Okay, I'll do it. So, good evening again.
Good evening.
I'm here again requesting for the moratorium, but I'm just going to tell you a little bit of what I wrote. You guys know that there's a state of emergency, right? The state of emergency actually help people like with the 60 days eviction, or people that has problems of being evicted, to help them stay in their house because of the state of emergency until the 27th of November. By law, these owners cannot evict people until 27th of November, and again, give them another notification just in case nobody knew about that. I think these fires that are going out there are catastrophic. And it's inhumane to think that it's so good to happen and keep on happening because they can actually extend the state of emergency. So I believe it will not be so cool to be thinking about, oh, well, great, why does the fire, why doesn't continue, so that way we can be safe, right? I think it's kind of a really bad to think about it, but sometimes it's like, why the fires continue if nobody's doing anything for us? You guys were saying that Downey actually helps for people that has been or is going to become homeless. There's no help. I'm gonna tell you why. I was 3 times homeless. Those 3 times that I was homeless, I came to the city hall and I request for help. The help, it was to give me pamphlets and to actually get out of the city of Downey and go to another cities and get that help. I never got it. And I was sleeping in my car with my kids for 1 year. We, Eden Rock, formed a union, just to let you guys know as well, on the 28th of October. And families from here in Downey, since we started doing this vigil yesterday, a lot of families came to us and then they were requesting information. What were their rights? What can they do? What is the 1482 going to do, and what is going to affect them? And I'm so happy that a lot of families came to us because they don't know what is really going on in Downey, and because they're keeping this as low, like, okay, nothing is happening in Downey, we're just gonna keep it low. But unfortunately, it didn't happen because we came here and we start doing this movement, and so everybody already knows what's going on in reality. And yesterday, it was a history day because it was the first time that a movement actually did something in the city of Downey. I'm happy for that. With the movement that we started doing, and I'm just wanting to let you guys know that this is a beginning for a starting thing. We're gonna continue doing it. If the moratorium don't pass, I'm not threatening nobody, but just expect us outside of your houses. Expect us out in where you guys are gonna be having lunch, dinner, until you guys do something for your community. It's a shameful thing that the news tried to contact each one of you. Nobody answered but Sean. Thank you, Sean. You did it. And it gets me kind of like sadness, and I wouldn't like to think that it's a stupidity from people that thinks that what we were doing is wrong. It's not. We're just trying to make a point of view what is going on in reality, and to actually think that we can move to another cities. No, we're not gonna do it. Sorry, we're gonna stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anthony Felix. I'm a resident of Downey, and I just have a point of clarification before I begin my comment. When the requisite number of council members are here to make the vote happen, and it is a 2-2 vote, what is the protocol at that point? And I'm asking so that way the audience and the community knows what happens next.
We're going to address everything at the end
Okay.
after everybody has spoken,
Okay.
so just go ahead and
Okay,
speak your
awesome.
5 minutes.
Okay, so, so I work in homeless services, and I work for a joint power authority in homeless services. We oversee specifically all the Measure H funding in the County of Los Angeles, as well all the federal dollars that are funded through HUD. So I have a little bit of a different lens, and what we're hearing tonight is I hear on a daily basis. So I appreciate y'all sitting here and listening to about 40 people that have come through and speak to this, because you guys are the ones that are gonna make the decision. Although your authority is limited on this to a certain extent, I do appreciate that. And so just to provide some perspective, I know that what we're seeing in this world of affordable housing crisis is that this policy will take effect January 1st, but landlords have realized that this is an opportunity for them to capitalize on this period of time where they can increase the rents on units where the contracts or the lease agreement period has come to an end. So they're taking advantage of that because tenants are just not informed of what their rights are. So they will continue to take advantage of this unless action is taken, and this is a fact because this is what we're seeing in reality on the ground on a daily basis. Although people here today fall under the affordable housing crisis, they are not homeless, but they fall under what is known as Category 2 classification of homelessness, which is at imminent risk of homelessness, meaning within approximate time, 2 weeks or less, they will in fact become homeless. So that will drastically change what the strategy that we will need to help this vulnerable population in combating homelessness. And if nothing is done in the interest of the community, people will either be, one, displaced, or worse, they will fall victim to experiencing homelessness. So I know for many this is a tough issue because it is a challenge dealing with this issue. Some refer to it as a wicked problem, but actually it is more so now a tame problem. But this is a problem that cannot be addressed simply with throwing dollars into the mix to help keep people housed. This issue is a bigger issue, and it's one that can only be resolved at the federal level, but this requires intergovernmental relations where you speak up to the other levels of government and come to a or work together in partnership to propose policy based on your input from the residents that will be substantive and will be a more long-term resolution that is in fact in the interest of the residents that you represent. I know the decision of choosing between what is a reasonable amount for a landlord or a property owner to make versus what is reasonable for a tenant to pay, or how much should they pay, because HUD guidelines suggest that a family or a unit, no one should pay more than 30% of their income, and we know that's not a reality. So again, because you're not able to make a decision tonight because there's no fourth council member here, we just request that you provide the community what they're asking for until the new law takes effect, because that's what you were elected to do. And lastly, I just want to tie in my story to this. So for many years, from 12 till I was an adult, I experienced homelessness. I jumped around from relative to relative. I didn't have parents. So this morning I was at the gym, and I saw the story on Telemundo, and I rose up for the call to action because this is the community we live in. And although I'm not affected by homelessness personally, I am indirectly affected because members of my community, our community, valuable stakeholders, voters, the people that represent Downey, are here advocating because they are at risk of becoming experiencing homeless. So we ask that this request does not fall on deaf ears. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I want to say first a little bit about just like the context and the frameworking of these commentaries, and going back to you demanding respect. And I want to relate this real quick because it bears on the decisions that are going to be made here. There's a difference between policy, the way you would like to have things done here in the City Council, and the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the United States is higher than whatever policy you wish to have here. Respect is defined in the dictionary as a feeling of deep admiration for someone or something elicited by their abilities, qualities, or achievements. You can't demand people to respect things that are hateful, that are ignorant. You can't. Freedom of speech comes with the right to be disrespectful. Okay, so for example, I can't respect a vampire that wants blood even when they're seeing children and people suffering, and that they have to reoccur to ridiculous frameworking like terrorism. These people are terrorists because they want a quid pro quo, like they're putting a gun to your head. Well, it's the very nature of voting, it's the very nature of electoral politics, quid pro quo. You ask for a vote, we ask for representation. If we don't get representation, then we have the right to remove you. That's not a threat, that's the way the system works. They have money to give for political campaigns. We don't, we vote, we mobilize. Right now, people are extremely frustrated. They're extremely in a dire situation, and they're gonna be angry. They're gonna be frustrated. That's the reality. And we believe, people that organize, that if there is no justice, there is no peace. That's not just a lame slogan. It's the reality of when people want change. And so there will be anger. We will be going to the Christmas parades. We will be going to the Thanksgiving and call to question the hypocrisy of what is being presented here in Downey. We want Downey to live up to its image. We want everybody to live up to their true character. And we have no other recourse because we're not naive about the way this works. If we had time, then we can build relationships. Then we understand compromise. This is great nations, civic lessons since we're in elementary school. But nobody has listened. Nobody has talked. Nobody has dialogue. Nobody has reached out. So now we're in this situation where we are going to take it to the streets because there's no choice. People will be homeless. Now, real quick, I just don't understand what the problem is. I mean, there's only two options. Either nobody cares. Some people care a little bit, but in essence, nobody cares. So these people have no representation, or there's ignorance about the law and the possibilities. How can it be that the city of LA that it has this bitter debates in every legislation, on both sides of the aisle, the moratorium was passed. Numerous cities have passed it. Why can it happen here? I mean, what are the options? Either you don't care or you don't care. Because we don't need to invest time from, I'm not making fun of the city attorney, but we know by recent examples, the city has lawyers. It's possible. They also have people like that person over there that I don't respect, I don't admire, because in this endless need for profit, they have to demonize the righteous people. in order for you that don't get in the way of us making any profit. Don't get in the way of us making any profit. But they have, corporate lobbyists over there too. They have developer lobbyists over there too. And it was passed. It withstood challenges. It would withstand legal challenges. So we know that it can be done. So what other explanation is there? So I hope that today, in these 20 seconds that are left, that people make the right decision, a political good decision. It will get people to say, you know what, you're not that bad of a representative, and change views about who you really are. That's a smart thing to do. Otherwise, yeah, what we got here is a movement, because rent control, ICE, immigration, the dropout rate, the school to prison pipeline, it's the same people, and we're going to be here. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to read into the record that we received 2 emails, one from Liz Romero and one from Elsa Arce, in favor of a moratorium to stop the no-fault evictions.
Thank you. So I know everybody has had an opportunity to speak on this matter, and I know it's a matter that's dear to many people. And my heart goes out to all the individuals that are going through some tragedies and this getting evictions. At one point, my family, we were renters for many years. In fact, many people don't know, we moved from family to family when I was a child, eventually renting. We had 3 jobs. In fact, I worked with my dad's landscaping, so I was 13 years old, working out and cutting lawns. And so I know it can be difficult. Eventually, we did move to Downey. We bought a home in Downey, but it wasn't until I was already in my 20s when we were able to finally afford a home. And after, again, having 3 jobs, I was working, I was in high school. Because my parents worked so much, I was constantly taking care of my brother. So I understand how difficult it can be. And so my heart does go out to those individuals who are dealing with the situation. I do want to mention that I heard some individuals speak about habitability issues. Aldo, what can these people do in regards to the habitability issues?
Well, in terms of the situation at Eden Rock, the immediate thing they can do is contact our code enforcement officers. Our code enforcement officers have been out at the site at least at 3 different occasions. We've opened cases on 32 units that are out there. If those units don't comply with the actions that's been recommended by the city, they will be fined for that. And if they continue not to act on those actions, those excuse me, those fines will increase. But once again, we have made initial contact with tenants at Eden Rock, and I would suggest that they continue to contact their code enforcement officer.
So I recommend, if, like you've heard, if you still continue to have habitability issues, please contact code enforcement. And then also, I do want to mention that there are services out there, there's attorneys out there that can provide a legal help to those individuals that have received notices, because in order to proceed with an unlawful detainer, certain regulations need to be complied with. And Aldo, can you explain what services are available and how the tenants can obtain resources?
Sure, it's similar to what Councilmember Ashton mentioned earlier. It's those resources that we offered at the Housing Resource Fair last week. Those are primarily county services that will provide people with counseling, legal assistance, and tenant mediation services as well. We also partner with the Whole Child. We have limited funds to assist people that are on the verge of becoming homeless, need rental assistance, and are homeless. And once again, we can the contact's made through our housing manager here at the City Downey.
Thank you. So there are services available. I know before us we have an item here in regards to a moratorium prohibiting no fault evictions and to protect tenants until January 1st, 2020. And I know our city attorney mentioned that we need 4 votes in order to get this moratorium passed. And as a reminder to everybody, we have only 3 that are present today. We do have 1 council member who was not able to be here today. And so in order to pass this moratorium, we would need that 4th council member present. And so my recommendation, but of course, I'm going to also leave it up to my other council members. My recommendation would be to kick this over until next week. For the tenants, you wouldn't have to wait 2 weeks. It would be 1 week, and it would be next Wednesday. So I'm going to repeat it. It would be next week, next Wednesday. Now I'm going to open it up to now my council colleagues to see if they have any comments or if they have any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco. We've had a long night. Hemos tenido una larga noche. Y yo puedo traducir también, gracias. Quiero decirles primeramente que de ninguna manera no hemos estado sin corazón, descorazonados, como nos han llamado. We have not been disheartened, and we have not been desensitized. Yo, personalmente, tal vez no sepan mi historia y no nos vamos a estar aquí hasta la 1 de la mañana. We're not going to be here till 1 in the morning telling you my story. Pero quiero que sepan que yo soy inmigrante. Yo llegué a Downey a los 13 años sin no saber inglés. No sabía ni una gota de inglés. Mi familia y yo vivimos en un apartamento, 6 de nosotros, en un apartamento en Old River School Road de 2 recámaras y un baño. El 90% del salario de mi papá, que en ese entonces era menos de $4 la hora, se iba a renta. Back in those days when I came as an immigrant to this city, my family and I, we were a family of 6, and we lived in a 2-bedroom apartment on Old River School Road. 90% of my father's salary went to rent. So I'm not a stranger to your plight. I do have to tell you that when you accuse us of not listening to you, of not understanding your plight, cuando me acusas de no entender lo que estás pasando, déjame te digo que yo como inmigrante trabajé 3 trabajos para cursar mi universidad, que yo solita me pagué. I want you to know that this seat that I occupy right now, I sought it not because of power, but because of my desire to serve my community. Este asiento en el que ocupo, señoras y señores, no lo busqué por dinero ni por poder, porque quiero hacerles específico que estos asientos realmente no pagan. Y que cada una de las personas que estamos aquí en estos asientos tenemos trabajos de tiempo completo. Y que como muchos de ustedes, yo trabajo de 16 o 17 horas al día. So I do understand your plight. Now, the issue with housing is a much more complicated issue for cities. It is an issue that is grappling the entire state of California. Now, we come here tonight, and yes, many of you have been here for several weeks with your cameras, with your phones, accusing us of a lot of different things.
Excuse me, sir.
Mister,
Excuse me.
I do have the word, and I will continue to speak.
You're warned not to be disruptive. You had your time to speak. Now it's council deliberation. Thank you.
Esto es precisamente lo que pasa con personas que creen que están ayudando a la comunidad y realmente no tienen el respeto a las instituciones cívicas. That is exactly what happens when people that have the mob mentality are coming to these cities and rallying people up. We are offering you a lot of different resources to help you. Now, I'm going to be very clear with all of you. And I tell you from the bottom of my heart, voy a ser muy clara con cada uno de ustedes. Y se los digo con todo el corazón, porque yo soy inmigrante y mis hijos que están aquí, y uno de ellos que está cursando el tercer año de la universidad está parado allá atrás. I came to this country, ladies and gentlemen, to work and to study. And I sit before you with my heart. I have been listening to you. And I have been paying attention to your plight. Just because I don't show up to a vigil one night doesn't mean that I don't care. We will continue this conversation. And as I said before, as my council colleague Pacheco just said, como mi concejal Pacheco acaba de decir, esta situación sí se va a continuar el diálogo. Ahora, cuando ustedes primero vinieron y pidieron ayuda, el gobernador Newsom estaba por firmar esa ley. Estamos aquí como ciudad para brindarles los recursos necesarios y precisamente Catherine o Teddy, como se dice en social media, ella nos ha dicho, she's told us that there's a lot of misinformation out there in the community. And it is precisely why this city put together a resource fair. Por eso esta ciudad dio los recursos y la feria de housing que se llevó a cabo hace una semana el día de ayer. Ahora, nosotros tenemos que ver toda la población. Ustedes nos han dicho, están puestos ahí por nuestros votos. Claro que sí. Y es un honor y es un privilegio. Y se lo doy gracias infinitas a Dios. I'm here thanks for your vote, and I appreciate the opportunity. Now, I am not going to be bullied into making any type of decision. I am not going to be bullied and threatened by any type of charade that you bring. The reason you don't want to leave this city is exactly because of the people that sit in these chairs. Because we try very hard to make this city the city that it is. Ethical, transparent. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have to be here. Yo tengo 4 hijos y la mitad de mi tiempo está aquí en la ciudad dando, porque este trabajo no se paga. Y déjeme le digo que pueden ver en la forma 700 que yo no tengo ningún interés. Ningún interés. So let me be very clear. Si ustedes quieren quedarse aquí en Downey, la mentalidad mob que ha empezado a suceder no va a seguir. This mob mentality cannot continue. You like Downey because of what we offer. You like Downey because of our school district. And that is what we're going to work hard to maintain. We will do whatever we can to help you because you are one of us and we are one of you. And it's not us against you and you against us. That is not how it works. No permitan que vengan personas y les digan y los transformen y crean que estas personas que estamos aquí no estamos para servirles. Eso no es cierto. Miss,
sorry, the public comment.
I'm sorry, public.
I will not entertain any comment from the audience. You had your opportunity to speak. This was my opportunity to speak, and I have spoken.
Public comment period is closed.
I will affirm, Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco, your decision. If we are to move forward with an emergency moratorium, we need 4 votes, and that has been made very clear.
So,
Excuse me.
It's not about luck. It is not about luck. And I will not continue to entertain the conversation.
Excuse me.
Hello?
Excuse me.
No more public comment, please. This is time for the council to discuss and give direction. Public comment is closed. We ask that you be respectful and listen. Thank you.
So first and foremost, I understand it's just about midnight now. So for those of you that are able to stay, and that I truly appreciate the fact that you shared with us the issues that you have, whether it's one side or the other. For me, you know, I have a slightly different viewpoint, and I respect my colleague's viewpoint. Our country was built on the ability to protest. And how you see fit. That's what made us this country. That is part of our First Amendment rights, the right to speak, the right to do that. And there are ways.
We don't disagree, Sean.
And so for myself, I just appreciate the fact that you came, you shared with us how you feel on this issue. When I came to the decision that I wanted to put this here, we from Eden Rock, you guys came back in the beginning of October, expressed to us the concerns that you had with the residents that you had. We asked code enforcement to go out, and they started the code enforcement issues, and mentioned at that time the AB 1482. The following meeting, we literally that meeting, it was actually signed into law that day. But now you have articles that were coming out, and this is an article from the Times that was dated October 7th of this year, and it was written by Andrew Kahori. And so it's about this issue, and it starts off, and I'm just going to quote the first paragraph, so you're not going to be happy with what it says, so don't kill the messenger. Prominent landlord attorney Dennis Block stood before a crowd of more than 200 at an apartment owners trade show in Pasadena and, to last, boasted of having evicted more tenants than anybody else on the planet Earth. This is the person who, or one of the people who has actually been kind of helping some landlords, and I don't want to say all landlords are taking advantage of the situation, because I know there are landlords that aren't, but we do have a few bad actors in this situation where we are basically getting coached by people like this to do these no fault evictions. And he quote, you don't have to feel bad about this, speaking to the landlords. Why not feel bad about it? You're affecting a lot of families over something that can be worked out. This is really something that could have been taken care of in a way that we're forced to have to deal with this now. We look at what the state did, and we're happy, great. But we're left in this loophole area where nothing's being done, but we're giving some landlords the opportunity to be greedy and take advantage of the situation. And that's what truly bothers me. I don't have the stories that my colleagues have about having to move home from home, and that I lived a privileged life. Not rich by any means, but I never had to have the worries that you've expressed to me tonight. And with my children, I've been able to provide them that type of security as well. But that doesn't mean that your story is not relevant to me, because you're here in the city of Downey, you're residents of California, part of this great United States of America, and your issues are my issues. And for me, this is why I wanted this there, because we have to do something about this, because this is not right. When you look at something that, you can just look and see whether the actions that are happening are the right actions or not. And this is, some people in the audience mentioned, you don't have to do anything. technically, you're right, we don't. But I know I could not sleep at night if I had that attitude. This is affecting families. This is affecting kids. This is affecting senior citizens. This is affecting a lot of people. And there are multiple causes to this. We can go back to a lot of different issues that have been happening that got us to this point. The lack of housing, the lack of affordable jobs in middle-class jobs that have gone away since the last recession, the lack of transportation to get people from one place to another effectively, where they have to purchase cars and cars that aren't in great shape, that cost a lot of money just to keep them up. Schooling costs, just a plethora of issues. And we can't solve all of those. But we can take a look at this, and we can come up with a resolution to be able to vote on at the next meeting to help our residents. And that's what I would like to do. And so with my take on all of this is I know that AB 1482 is not the perfect way to take care of this. However, I think it is a temporary, for lack of a better word, stopgap to at least kind of give us and give our residents an opportunity to, excuse me, to kind of get a sense of stability in this market, to where they can at least, you know, start working towards being able to save a little bit to possibly get into, you know, a home for, you know, for the first time, or at least have a more stable ability to stay in an apartment. And so what I would like to at least propose that we look at as far as an ordinance is that we just take the language of AB 1482 and we apply that language to be in effect as of the passing of an emergency ordinance.
So can you clarify, so that would be to kick, pretty much what I said, to kick it over to next week to see if we could pass an emergency moratorium, and this would be to prohibit no-fault evictions to protect tenants until January 1st. Is that, am I
It would
understanding
be
that correctly?
basically all, not just that one part of it, but, because that's part of AB 1482, the no fault.
No.
Yeah,
It
because,
has to be the no-fault evictions. That's what we're talking about.
well, I'm proposing that we look into having just AB 1482, the what that was, and just have that start early.
That is an approach that's been utilized by City of Alhambra, just to implement 1482 as of the date of your moratorium adoption date. So that would be, I'd bring it back on the 20th, and you, what he's proposing is to bring that back on the 20th and have the four of you vote on that ordinance.
And
it would be more than the no fault. It would be an implementation of AB 1482, but just effective the 20th of November.
And to clarify why I feel that is the best thing, and I want to hear what you think of it, is we have two issues. One issue that's really been brought up has been the no fault issue, and just residents getting, you know, no fault evictions just because their rents are low, or they're troublesome tenants or whatever. The other issue that was kind of addressed a little bit in this article as well is the fact that another option that they can do is to raise the rates dramatically to force a just cause eviction. And what this would do by doing the language of AB 1482 would prevent both the moratorium issue and the jacking of the rates so high that it would be unaffordable to get them out on a just cause thing. And I don't want, the law, AB 1482 is going to take into effect January 1st. I just want to be able to have that start in Downey sooner.
So I just want to remind, I'm not giving legal advice, but I do want to remind Sean, I know there are certain requirements as to what kind of notices need to be provided as to how much a rent can be increased. So if, again, I want to remind the tenants, if you are receiving any type of rent increases, please seek out the services that we have, so that way you can fully understand your legal rights, what's required, how much can landlord increase the rent, how much notice do you need to be provided, because there are certain requirements, and the services that are provided, there's attorneys out there that can help you, so that way you fully understand your rights, and that's really what's important. You understand your rights completely.
I would like to keep it at no fault evictions and have that protection. That's where I'm leaning towards.
So, and one of the emails that we got here was mentioned that the option was to move out on December 16th or agree to a 40% increase. Is that fair? I mean, to me, I don't know it could be 40% of $100. I don't know. I doubt that. I'm assuming it's probably something pretty significant. But that is why I feel that we need to have multiple protections.
And that's why
because I feel that, if we do the one, then the next thing they're going to do is something else. I would like to, and pardon my, pardon. I'm sorry. Can I have my point of order, please? Thank you. With that, I enjoy having you all here. I understand that maybe it's not something you want to do, but you feel you need to do. But if we're able to take care of all of this and you still want to come back, please come back. But my point being is I don't want you to feel that you need to come back for this. And I would like to have this taken care of so that way people don't need to come back for this.
So just to wrap the discussion up, I think there's some multiple options here. The first option is just to simply continue the discussion till next meeting. Obviously, that delays any further decision. The second option is to bring back at the next meeting a no-fault ordinance, a no-fault eviction ordinance. The third option would be what Councilmember Ashton is proposing, which is to implement AB 1482 effective the 20th of November, which would be the next meeting. And then the last option is take no action. So those are what I see as the four options that I've been hearing in the discussion. Of course, if there's any other ideas or any other option you'd like to propose, that's fine, but I just thought I'd lay them all out so that you can consider them clearly.
Okay, so I believe that we should have draft an ordinance protecting no-fault evictions to protect tenants up until January 1st, 2020. And the reason why I say this is because I do understand that certain types of notices need to be provided to tenants, and those tenants that do receive notices as to rent increases, they seriously need to speak with an attorney so that way they can fully understand their rights. A landlord cannot 1 week to the next increase your rent. They have to give you the type of notice. They have to give you written notice. And so you do need to speak with an attorney who can fully explain to you your rights. So if you do receive an unlawful detainer, speak to an attorney immediately. But I do believe that this 1482 bill that was signed by the governor, I do believe it does leave a loophole. And so that's why I'm in favor of drafting a moratorium prohibiting no-fault evictions to protect tenants until January 1st, 2020. Also, I'd like to see if staff can come back with the numbers of calls that we've received up to today's date as to tenants complaining about being evicted, and to see whether that has been a dramatic increase, because I know Downey's a big city. We appreciate the vote of confidence that the residents had in Downey for us to represent them. But I think one of the members in the audience did mention that we represent all of Downey, not the few. So that's the reason why I want to get the input, so that way we can get an accurate count as to the residents in Downey. But again, I don't want to take it lightly as to the rent increases, because that is important. But if you do receive rent increases, it is extremely vital to seek out the advice of an attorney.
I agree with you, Blanca. My recommendation too would be the no-fault eviction ordinance, and leave it at that.
Madam Mayor, or Mayor Pro Tem, I should say. In the meantime, we will venture to try to hold another housing resource fair, to make sure that we get those nonprofits and attorneys out there that can provide assistance. So we'll continue that. Aldo Schindler will go ahead and get that going as well.
So I think formal action would be in order. This is just direction, so it's a majority of the quorum that would need to give me direction to, and staff direction on the other items. So what I understood was the motion would be to draft an ordinance prohibiting no-fault evictions, bring that back on November 20th. That's an adjourned regular meeting. Direction to staff to bring back information regarding calls we received from tenants prior to November 20th. So November 20th back. Is that right?
Actually, from today's date.
From today's date. I'm sorry, from today's date back. And then the city manager's statement that we would use our best efforts to schedule a housing resource fair for tenants if they missed the first one.
Yes.
Okay. So,
And
so that's that would be the motion. If somebody wants to make that motion and second it, and then you can take your vote.
I make the motion.
I'll second it.
Public comment has already ended. They're taking a vote, please. Let's respect the process.
No, it probably went to sleep. Is that
Can you voice vote?
Would be
All
that
those in
sounds
favor?
nice.
Could you take a voice vote, please?
Yes. All those in favor, please state aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes.
Okay. A few other things is when the item comes back on the 20th, it requires 4 affirmative votes of the council, nothing less. So when Councilmember Saab returns for the 20th meeting, there'll be 4 of you to take action on that urgency ordinance. Okay? And that ends, I think, the item.
I was about to close.
Oh.
Excuse me. We'll take a small break right now.
We got one more.
We have a second administrative report. Item 18, adopt resolution for City Council of the City of Downey establishing compensation for position of fire chief. City Manager, who's doing that report?
Mr. Mayor, the presentation will be given by our distinguished HR Director, Mr. McQueen. I wanted to say Steve McQueen.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you this evening is a proposed salary range adjustment for the fire chief position. In accordance with Senate Bill 1436, local agencies must report out certain information before changing compensation or benefits for executive positions. The proposed monthly salary increase includes a 5% increase to establish a 10% differential between the fire chief and the highest paid subordinate. The new proposed monthly salary range for the position of fire chief is $16,062.11 to $19,595.78 per month. Sufficient funding for this increase is allocated in the current fire department budget. This concludes my presentation. At this point in time, be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any of my council members have any questions or comments? Nope. They're too easy. All right.
Thank you.
So public comment. I'll now open this item for public comment. Is there anyone present wishing to speak regarding this matter? Yeah, there we go.
Are we going to give them a Maserati?
For the record, the time is 12:20, and we already know what great job our firefighters do. But in this prediction regarding, hey, look at that, a resolution for the fire chief, compensation. Well, we know that the police chief is going to get a Maserati in blue. So why can't we match 2 Maseratis, one in red, in addition to that nice gold Rolex anniversary watch for our chief? Because firemen go through lots of hazards. For example, tonight was a hazard, keeping the fire chief up till 12:21. In addition to that, the position of the fire chief is to keep order and remove all hazards of distress, in which I observed today in a few faces. Remember, personal attacks are not to cause any fires to erupt. It's just simply to bring the charm out of you so that the fire chief can get what I propose in position to award this established compensation. So in addition to the gold Rolex and a $10,000 pay raise, I find that very considerable, since Downey had $22 million to afford on my ADA complaint. See, fire chief and his staff still were waiting for their statue, their monument to be established alongside the fallen officer out there in the parking lot. Because, again, firemen have multiple hazards. One is putting out the fires, which is job-related stress. 2, dealing with the budget, in which the city manager refuses to adopt a resolution to give the chief a pay raise. Since I'm the only speaker tonight, I find it appropriate. Then 2, on behalf of residents of Downey, we have this $1 donation to give to the fire chief so he can gamble it off on a lotto ticket. Because, again, knowing how Sacramento compensates us on our CalPERS and our retirement, this $1 in my hand might just be the saving day of a scratch. And I sure hell don't want to tell you what kind of scratching I'll be doing, but I sure would scratch the fire out and get the hell out of the business while I'm ahead of the game. So thank you, Fire Chief, for taking this considerable offer in compensation. We're looking forward for you for maybe another year. Take off early in that retirement with that Rolex and that $10,000 compensation. City manager got a compensation a year ago. Ms. Duarte, the clerk, got a pay raise a year ago. So it's time to see our rank and file fire chief and his staff get some compensation, along with the police chief, Mr. Milliken, in his nice blue Maserati. Thank you and good night.
Go for a raise myself. Thank you. Okay, can we see public comment? Okay, we can make it. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Please vote to adopt the resolution. Please vote. There's one right.
It's not working.
Mine is
Good job. Good job.
The motion to adopt the resolution was approved with Councilmember Saab excused.
Staff member comments. City Manager Leva, do you have any comments?
You know what, I'm going to keep it short, but I do want to say a couple of things. First of all, it's been a long evening, and I want to say that the council has taken this process very deliberately. It's a very difficult one on rent control and what it is, despite there was a gentleman said that 1482 is not a rent control. It is a rent control. When you, as a landlord, can't charge what you deem as appropriate, that's rent control. It's a difficult situation because you have the state who took away redevelopment agencies. The number one production of affordable housing in the state was through our redevelopment agency, and that was eliminated several years ago. So we haven't been able to do a lot of affordable housing because there's no longer the funding for it. Councilmember Ashton reported today, SCAG, looking to increase the number of housing units. And the truth is, we are under the number of housing units we need. But at the same time, there's a quality of life issue in the city. So how many units do you want in residential neighborhoods? You'd basically blow up those residential neighborhoods. So to be put in that predicament where you have to choose between those two things are very, very difficult. And I don't think people appreciate the amount of angst it causes you as council members to do the right thing for all your constituents. Because the minute somebody here complains about, well, you didn't vote for what I wanted, there's somebody else that's going to come back and say, well, you went contrary to what you told, you said you would vote for. So it's very, very difficult process to be in, and I think it's not something that's very well appreciated. So I commend the council in really being deliberative and listening and coming to a conclusion. I also, there's a couple of things I wanted to clarify. There was a speaker came up and said that we disrespected Mexican heritage by not having Dia de los Muertos, and we changed the name. And the truth is, the city took a pause because we're redoing our civic center, and that particular event was taken over by Courage Forward and the Rotarians, and they held it at a different site, so it was not a city event. Our mounted police force, which is two gentlemen, pay for all the costs themselves. All the training and everything that goes in feeding and boarding those horses are taken care of by themselves. Assault vehicle. Do we need an assault vehicle? I think it was pretty clear after what happened in El Paso, Texas, that if they had an assault vehicle and getting into the mall, they would have been able to drive that assault vehicle right into that mall and get closer to where they needed to be. So in those active shooter cases, it's very, very important, and we want to make sure that our police officers are safe and the public is safe. If the police officer can get in there as soon as they possibly can, that means there's less life taken by an active shooter. As far as the number of units in town, 40% of the units in town are multifamily units. That is accurate. So there are a number of things that were said tonight that were just, I didn't want the record to go without saying. As far as the amount of money that we spend on streets, in 17-18, we spent $16.9 million on streets. In 19-20, the new budget, we're spending $27,620,000. a dramatic increase in the amount of streets. Do we wish we had money to do all of our streets? Absolutely. But we just don't, and we do what we can. And certainly, it's the reason why many, as our council member Formetta said, is that it's the reason that people, people want to move to Downey. It's an aspirational city. People move here because you have over 90% graduation rates. The streets are in great shape. And one of the big reasons is that the ethics of the council, if you look around what's happened at many of the cities around us, I mean, people come here because it's good governance and good government. And I'm sorry, but there is something to be said about decorum in a chamber like this. I think that when you let that decorum go, the civics of the city go as well. So I'm glad to see the cities continue to do it. That's just my soapbox for this evening, Councilman. And I want to personally thank the mayor and welcome him back. It's good to have him back in the seat.
You know, made up of one night for 3 meetings. I think we've been here till midnight. Okay, so let's get this thing wrapped up. The council meeting is now adjourned until Wednesday, November 20th, 2019, in memory of El Dorado County, Nevada, Sheriff Deputy Brian Ismail, killed in line of duty. Sergeant Nathaniel G. Irish, 23, Billings, Montana, who was supporting Operation Inherent Resolved. Retired Downey Fire Department Captain Ralph Friend, and longtime friend of Downey Fire Department, Jay Bressler. Please, a moment of silence. Meeting adjourned.